confusing kofo kofi usumo amende omutimi ekwasie lumba. What in a make and pa? Sa opportunity ni no mo fa so e confusing atule. A omutimi nya kwan. A omusi omo akwasie lumba bra yensie na bra mo de ka sie lumba dada. A yenim ba bia lumba funishe. Because Sabushia ini nkamu se ni abushafoni kano yemfa nya adwuma kanda mi kase kama mi akosabe mpoma kano ho atono ba ma mi akosabe mpoma ne ya pokuno mo fa credit mo mo enyo mo a kaya ma mi akosia se wa senko mo so ediskachi eyi ma mi akosia se wa ma ya kadie ne besi kaya mami sabi yo komema ni ngwase aka na papa nanso mu dwini se ya poku ni mami akosabe mpoma dwini se adabi mami wone bua ye nua ba mai wone ma nua ba manya ba bi gina ye to muntimi yi ni ntuntwiri mankofo nkika nsam engu na ware ebrawa no enema kwadwofosu esore abrabom. What you say? Tiesremo. Mo amuye videos na asabi. Na maame no ase mummo ni dimbiom. Ase mo ayi no eye ne sare nye yesremo. Yesremo. Omunyina kan ubi. Na atenta ba ne laraba mo. Ebo pa. Say yen destroy. Sa maami akwasu abimpoma ni ya poku because omuna no mo agye ginam. Epesi ye hulumba ni ekun no enitina na atentaba na nia bribebrebe a wodi ya poku pictures ya poku ni maame akusabi mpoma ebreme se mi faye sankofo na sankofo no omakota maame akusa se wachi eno mayi larba ma ntisa maame akusabi mpoma eni ya poku su diskachi a senko mko di larba chie kanem ka maami akusa sewa nka abusuan ho na beka na asamama no ti mummo sankofo na baso omoya ade so mutimi trase dwini sasa akanfo se ne ye no beko ba ya ware no yentu no ntwene sunde kofi usu koya onyeska se onya opeska didie no unse ye diska dada no unse diska change na adwen so mra bontin me kwandam se maame akosa sewa kura waja ware nso wo kwankran no na sa adwen ni trimo wo kwankran sen kalumba yire ay maame akosa sewa wano ene so yekuna watena kuna akonwa so nso sense atenta ba ne larba wo bibi yenti no ye confisi kofi wusu atule ye confisi atule ama na dwiri nyina kwa ye larba afe na maame akosa se
Achaya na mo like ama me why
Mummo lab no so mame obi fresi line so mummo lab no so mame mummo lab no so samu so twen bi ejimi a mumma me block no so enti sani omusu ye because na atinta ba no na wonim lumba secreta lumba wo no atinta ba enim ne course malumba wuye tine wase wo yen campaign egu maami akoso abimpoma eni ya poku eni maami akoso asewa wo ye campaign e underground e destroy omo sene e be ya laraba ho beto no sene e be ya Ghana fo nsema ye ka se laraba bre no e beto Ghana fo trim eninti eni ye kwa brabu Captain Smart a oba abontin be ka say larba bre na lumba yare ye laruba netena no ma me ko sase wa magana da nya na ya janda na ye jandam ye piepie ska mo a mu guma me ko sase wani mu ase se ne be ya Captain Smart de okasa mpanyimfo hu se judges tie mpanyimfo bi tie nti ma me ko sase wa no wode ne nkrata bi ba na no huye sankofo na hi ba ni nyina mu no Unyankopon ti ase ende o mukasa bebrebe no ende when na sati radio so kasa ansam no maami akusa se wanyankopon no waso ne gya no waso ne gya isanetie nti yesremo Captain Smart here say obedi skachi abe disturb okunani mom say Captain Smart say Australia wa waru ban na tena 10 years da bi na sana mami akosa se wani be matena e mo no yin botom sika hwe be ma na say Captain Smart yetimi maniska na ordinary keke ebe tum egu maami akosa se wani mu ase because onu Captain Smart no okasa mpanyemfo judges tie nti omutia omude be ya adwuma se larba bre ebrayen wari larba o that's why yetimi confuse Captain Smart say wamwa larba nimbe guase nti won defend larba nyina na ya gender na omudi guma me akoso asewa ni mu ase ninti na omse maami akoso abimpoma no anyam tentaba mu kwa ne frɛ Kofi Usutu no fo mpanyimfo bi Captain Smart mu nyina ne ya poku ayi Kofi Usu atule ekasaye mu confess ne sɛ montie ne maami akwase abimpoma ne ya poku ka montie won fokoso larba no wanya ne se larba penyama no na maami akoso yasewa wo yesisifo ya gender na nkofo wedi nam egu maami akoso yasewa ni mu ase se ne be ya omu hihye ye boni bi omu ahihye no ebe katakata so eno na omu ye ya omu pre omu ho a omu di adaka fon adaka di penim de ma atule se won fa nkokomase enkosie adaka hunu mumbese kwasiafo ya omu ye de so omu kwaye na ase omu ankwaye na ase that's the reasons enti ye pobia bona baso omu am support ma maami akoso asewa animu ba nyam ya poku ani maami akoso abimpoma ye yi omu firi mu anya yie nti ye na mu kasa maami akoso asewa no ana ase maami akoso abimpoma no mu yi omu afrim ase mu kasa bi enye etia omu da bi enye ne sa yesra mu maami akoso abimpoma do maami akoso asewa papa ko ni mu maami akoso asewa dia bo alumba abo omu ankasa eninti ana ne emu ye nyina chi omu koso so omu yi maami ne ma ko maami no omu na ni maami na kona busu ne ni makoso asewa akona busu ti no omu nim larba die otinkran ena obebo na shawo larba tinkran obebo na shawo enti abusu akona busu ankasa nim larba larba bo na shawo ana watia kaluma so eni tama larba bo ashawo no enie Montabu screen so we move. Hello. We move. Missing home punch here, no more catch me. No more blocking punch, no Miss Ramo. Lad one punch, no. Omodos was see. Thank you. The truth is one. I say, so Sunday Rose. The truth is one. Well, see, we move to title. Yes. Ye move ye quay nim ye chi. Thank you for Rose. Was it pick me? Pick me. Sunny request why? Na men pick me nimni oba beka. Sunny request. Was it we pay more than I don't understand. Vara. Odi matamana say. Was it I have? Was it Peter incredible Peter Paradise? Thank you. You can type of screen is mommy. They want someone they be. Yes.
Good morning.
Morning. Who is friend?
UK. Sorry, my dread. I'm say pick me. No, sorry. I'm Patrick saying.
Me who ye?
You hear the name I say. Now me person me catch say. And sana nyame do dia baby I call and nyame do call for a purpose like this today. Because the one who raha and kaunya no fact ni na and found the kind of crane and neck. And to me catcher will say and you pen out the calls outside one. And I mean I do call for a day like this. And to me person me show cry say koswana ye. And me be beyond distracted with that. You see dimpa and yes chain ahunya dear. Ain't sad dimpa no udin wing and prepare for you no.
Amen.
We will forever remember you so you be standing for no credit. And at the kind no so now coupon and man no credit like evidence are a DH day. Eba. It's in me and show. Na me try to ye. Me de atampuri. Nenim said the yeshe carrot oil egunemi. So wouldn't pass say de no crap points. Now come fan no crap points so I and anke bia ye mami wa ma Lariba bibi kranka ye bubefu. But o man fan no crap anyim tun say Lariba na no medi na bro. And I'm praying say Lariba no obehu say wa ye bone obehu say wa hwere bibi because ye mami no o ya sunje mami and I'm senka there's no way anka obema ne ma ni dikuma adeda basabasa na nka minim so nko be peja wo mo nti Lariba dem person channel say wa hwere bibi papa nti we de dem de beja mo anati say na make atampuri nenim share de yehwe carrot oil egu nani ti Peter na min shira wate bedro adwuma mo
UK for no say free na kwemi picking kofo a mefa America for be 10 mefa UK for mu ye 20 mefa mi no pe nti UK ni amanya afare no me san fa UK for biom ji say me ye program no kwa na nim UK for no omodoso too much omun check gift mitimi se yabo mu dua wo mintimi hu if akura wa ye UK for me nim if akura too more than papa nyame shiramo UK for too more than tu America for mu wai nyame shiramo wate America for Canada Australia Germany Italy Belgium and Spain for hey there are some more na Spain for Spain cry just say ga we cry Pakistan cry just Spain they say Belgium so ye pa Belgium France so omuye na ya na Western Union on this Carifa e bana sa untimi France Western Union e bana sa emfa nyame shiramo abusia monkoso enti nkura America Canada nyame shiramo na Belgium Italy so Italy ahunchira ho ti Italy for lo ma fa ma nya me ha omo Italy there ahunchira ho Italy Spain e why to say Bulgaria no nyame shiramo Dubai there ho kra dey say nye Dubai ni onu be kan dey say uye adwuma nyame shirawo ano enti abusia ye koye anim no na ye baba ne kuremu no ma me gofa college bi me wia na ma hye adwuma di nas Sweden for first lady sabase wode ne ba ma menti wa brabo me nti ye ya no wa pie ni wo so first lady no ye wode ne ba ma menti wode gloria ma menti ye no wa pie ni wo be kire no ho 3 years so do baba kama no atu. Hello, Kazafre.
Peter.
Yes.
Truth is one. And I make a say. Peter also bring landing for me. Hey.
Landing for by say my posse landing for.
Masando is sky.
Oh, landing.
Aye, landing.
Oh, Martin. Amen. Listen.
Peter.
Nothing. What be that? Yes, sir. What be your car moment? What be your car bello when you are? Nothing.
Peter, happy go without good.
Mappy go more. What be your car? You have a pico. What be bello more? Landing for group.
But it has him.
Okay.
The car of a master said, Peter, Marcelo,
Master, let him wait. Move at me, but Mumma, I have a check. Move at me,
Peter will go. I mean, almost by no count. Why?
You
catch us must send it.
Amen. Yamin you landing for Mutria, Obiabe Belemo. Obi abepiaka wose se wutimi baso wabepiaka mamo mo a muzachi dindinde se larba ani atenta ba ni atenwe no wose wabepiaka mamo nje say uye landi ni oti Birmingham oti Tottenham oti Milton Keynes oti Croydon oti Brentford oti Bolton oti Newcastle oti Liverpool oti Wigan Munyina matimi abaso. Munyina matimi aba uti Wales, uti Scotland, uti Macedonia, uti Northern Ireland. Mu maami abetua ka ma mo tom. Mu betimi abeforo so. Na mu abekire na mu fanto mutrum se sika na spy 2 days time. Spy 2 days time. Mamu nya wagine se wa betua yi. Musu mienu and Achimienu and Achibaku, ever spy 2 days time, and any China ever spy. We move till ever spy or China or ever spy China. It is who will be your town of Brasune, any China. Every Saturday, corner spy. I spy in Tino. Spending days back. Can ever spy China. Yamin so what you say? UK for mutumu dende say atintaba ene laraba. Nyame shira obi bia. Mu wo odo e mama me akwasa so Ewrade nka mo ho. Any numbers any support. Because my musha me, Mudomame was a sewa, Muyem, and never been a muhishe. As a seer, a punchy way, Eddie Buma Meno, a man call for, or pen call for any money when yam. Say Ghana force and my was a sewa ye nipa bunny for, because I could like it to away. Tall or no pel no, Ghana for any money when yam. Tom, my milk was as I was said. My many year pabani for Ebra Wuba to my meno. Oh, warrior Sebra, my mini bread. Show. Listen, that my papa na wua. Who tears come and call for say. You go, my mina was so lumba no. Well, oh, not lumba, washan and a lumba, my mina, my lumba and chanta. Now, oh, this I'm true with penny penny when you that's umpera any money when yam, penny money when yam, and your wono Usun Yarie Larbasun la Yario Yarie near dro and then to Larba Yarie near dro and then to Cremen Yariam Rosso and Cremen Yariam Rosso, a Panchi Yariam Rosso, and Moi Yariam Rosso. Yes. He any pabani for. Hey, where was he?
Hey, Peter. What to say?
Me who ye?
Me who ye? Nyamishrao. Hey, Peter na atenta banela arbane edin ko fa fihi. Akọ me krom akọ fa me krom din ko na ade abeto omo. Messi wate.
Mate.
Messi Nyamishrao say wo kan ko. Eda me hu say na me adane wadwene akono kremo na mani ajepa because me follow that from Facebook. But way by I know what's aside na me home it. Me nua be ma no me free upper east. Nti wonim say ye de.
Okay.
Igina no ye ba ako. Ti nyame hira o say when ni sika echi na enne wo ka no kre. Erade mo ho ban mani ajepa papa. O so won no so a wo ka na esisi so. Wo nko nyam tro na wo tuta. Ne ewom ne ewo hu e na wo ka. I miss pa no more who buy. Then couldn't be any see. I am my Yakusha say, Wadia, but what can say me see ya? Then yaje papa. Say, Mammy, Bempoma, any of your poku and Yana Yakusha say, wait ya, and can you na, Mammy, Nukunim Diabano. Until I was say, I kai say, or my no quaff for which ye. Omajine ye pa, I miss Shraw mo papa, my Yakusha Bempoma de Biamica. When Jinas on the Nukumano no. Oh no, no,
yes.
Send a brown eye and one day. Or there was no waiting, but when we saw you one day. Yamin Shran, only a command would know what you saw, and I'm out in the cold dinner. Yes, or mopa.
Yes,
Dubai, yes, you will chrome what you will chrome.
Oh, Dubai.
Patrai,
Medasi, more chrome.
You chrome.
Yo, hello, Mrs. Tawaso. What to say? Hello. Nkwasi asamuni o report to me o. O report to me. Nyame na tia ne kam mai na fiso no. O report to me. Ipa bonifo. Larba point. Hello.
Hello, Peter. Good morning.
Morning, Ukasafi.
Ukasafi UK, Peter.
Hey, just obi ave tia kama munti. Move but say. Kasani yankwe. Hello. Ni ono kasa mom na mayi na friso. Wan fa nche me wai. Ni ono kasa mom na mayi na friso. Ana makofa ni onye ready so be kasa ya asamo.
Peter, good morning.
Also wa UK wa.
Ai nyamishira papa.
Amen.
Nyamishira na onye okese se wo ka no kore na wudi no kore na chi. Yesterday say baby a wa bedu die gina hwa.
Me da se.
Baby a wa bedu sabe yese kwa.
Me say ene de mun kama akoma ntomo yem. De bia ni wo. Man so life asi me ene ntina da bia be life.
Ya no nsesa na adwen.
Yes.
Yakopon aka wa akoma no wa hu no kore no na wo so bedi no kore achi no. Yakopon ma ne ya wo ye nyina enye yie. Ya wo do wonsa beka bia enye nhira na obete ye. Why? Obete ye nkapa. Na omo pesa omo di uturumu di agro ka che so uturumu ho no. Ehọ nye playing grounds anya ho ne kwakọbọ ayi. March no. Nti no mo pa baby. Inform kwasi asem emfa. Ya me shira no ka o. Mboa.
Yo.
Yesu din bye bye.
Amen. Say me makachiro mo say me tru mu ni adaje. Me every 2 days bia me yemi tu. Nti me tru mu ni adaje. But see UK we move to UK for more. First lady was Germany for nyamisha mbabia mu bia metimuso na ma asor. Germany for metimuso na ma asor. Düsseldorf any Kaiserslautern in Nuremberg na Saarbrücken. Munyina nyamisha mo. Any Bremen, munyina Cologne, munyina nyamisha mo wate. Metimuso na ma asor. UK, America, Canada. Munyina nyamisha mo. Any more support. Belgium, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Ireland, Northern Ireland, any Greenland, and Austria, Munasofo, Holland, the Fui, Munina Yamishramo, Mu support to my Miakosasa, Wanyamishramo, Hamburg for Berlin for Munchen, Munina Yakupon Kamu, Amsterdam, Mukrum, Frankfurt, Frankfurt the Fui, Cardiff Fui. Cardiff City for Munina Yamishra Mwate, Mokrum, Cardiff for Wokrum, Leicester, Munina Melton Keynes, Munina Yamishra Credden, Munyame Enka Mwate, Yamin Kamo, Mutamachi, Australia for Mokrum, Australia for Mokrum, Zurich for Switzerland, Yamin Kamo Wate, Lisbon, Portugal, Yamin Kamo, and Madrid, and Barcelona, Munina Marseille. Any Lille, Metropole, Munina, Yamin Kamwate, Munina Mokrum. Hello, where was he?
Hello, Miao.
Who was a friend?
Germany. No.
Germany, Kazanianko, Mudia, Mubami platform swa, Mino, Minsuro, because more me, mammy crew. Muna mu host me, mammy, Tinyamin Shramo, Kazanianko.
I want to say,
Me who ye?
Oh, me more about Yamin Shrawati. On your case, near Jumapa. I know. Namin Jow. Bye.
You. Enja Bushia for. And in the Banyan Fossy, say a good son, young canka yaw for. One na, why ye. But as ye. And in time see my milk was having Poma. A sign, my milk was just say, wa papa, why ye lumba. Our peja lumba. Every form, a many jina. Nan mammy was a num lumbanti. Mammy was as a one shirani Kamamia was having for money a pokumu, and your corner bushia. Oba sabi Yamia Shirano, and no Timmy Bua, Obemana bushia. Mumbles up when she will say, no mammy in the papa to win it. A dear no more met Mama corner bushia. And one ben no more met me dear corner bushia, and one ben Koran or Mudia Lumba. Was this Scotland? Mida Simusumu Krum. What you say? Ye pobia wa ma kona busia ya kwanoa e ma me ko sase wa ahobrasie ne ayemuye ena kona busia on ya waro ba papa oni ma me ko sase wa man se wa mami se wa na lumba de ne bo nwum no and there will be sasa ampanchi we ya e de na ampanchi we aye eninti na ya nya no ho ade no eninti na maame akosabi maame kosabi mpoma se won ma maame akosa se wan sasi from da won ma ne ye kika to maame no so anya adwuma da because maame akosa se wan tesa o ye lumba yire aya war na kona busua nim se ya war maame akosa se wa o ni lumba nete na ba ne san na ba kohwini we yen ware no na mo foso tue sika se ya ware no ntu yen fa japade a maame akosa se wa ne lumba abre no yen fa man because wa wo 6 ya wo be bo adwama ne wa wo 6 a wo be pra japade pe oba bi tina ye chebia ne ya chebia mankola no ba wo dia wo se wa wo 6 no ko ade wu na sabi usefata say ye jabi biade ma wo ye bayifuo wa pantan enu wig mu kokko wig mu fin hwatare na ehyew wo hwatare papa da larba wa hwatare papa da mpagbo papa kura nhye bi da wo che obi otibolaga wo tonya adoa wo ye hu a wo sika no kura wo tuatua mankofoi wo di beto atare papa hyeda da bi o nsonde ene wo kwase abasa no wo si maame akosa sewa yan gunanimu ase because wonya yire na wo so wo ye yire no fa wo marriage certificate brayen ne yan hu se wo ye yire eno so akura wo si wa wonsia nti nsia ne nti e kire se wa wedding wa wonsia nti amanfo wo nso mu nyimi sa ne o se jimie no manfo wo nan nsia num watwe nso jimie o mu jimi te se wo ba wo asense onya mpanyimfo bi ta wachi ana mpanyimfo ne support to se yen jima me akosa se wani lumba bre no mu bre ya japade ne fa maw na wo se ne kure ya adwuma kan kola we ekoye mu die ni a nka wani begu asa ponche wo Africa so abeto fam wo se ye kan kure pass ye koye nkola we die ni a wo kan ngwase beto wo Ghana ase no na wo enipa dem pe ne kure ntia wo larba se ye kan kure pass ye koye die ni na so ene kantam se wo ya ba ye koye die ni enfa lumba nkola we ho sampanchi mframu a sampanchi mfrandwan mu a sampanchi tuntum emfrandwan mu a salary atenta bampanchi ni mu a mese lumba ngane ekura no mese se no kura pa be ya adwuma yenkwa cheke sa atenta bampanchi ni mu a ye atenta bampanchi ma no no so nkwa hwe no panchi na ma me kusa bempoma am so nhwe o mo nwan I'm telling you. Yes, I'm telling you. You can't crow. Me say, San Fitano. Ye nim say be a lumba nwan fita. Ba San Pontine Flamu yentiasie. Pontine Flamu, ye nimba be Pontine free e free. Kolumba ye nim say lumba won ponche. Yes. Ye nim say lumba wan yan mpanche enwen no yan na ye dan na mpanche ni free mfa ende mutimi fieska hello hello hello, where was he? Mommy, where your fucking papa? Where your fucking papa? Mommy, we. Mommy, you're fucking. Nyazo. Me say, DNA. Yenya DNA. Kagana of penyon for. Kamube who say ni pay the papa for. Can you pay where? What is saying in Kamun Kodinachi? I'm telling you. Ngasani pa way. Come on, say madi apanchi biati, bachi, madi jomenfobiachi. I'm telling you. Ye kanu krena achiramo. Me say, lumba onwu akola sabi. Yense lumba die ni sinijire. Thank you. Yamishra wate. Mami Keti Boating. Keti Boating Yamishra wate. Hello. Mami Hana. O reporto. We yasha woni larba asha ofo ni bia. We omunne ne nam hwehwe be ma wa bobra. No mu de aduru akwaje no. We mu ya bayifuo. Omune nam no mu hwe be ma oba bia boa no amana bobra. no mu do mu beye no mu jimi no mu twa tantan no e de akwaje be ma no so mu twanya de o eye hu fie ti o mu nti ye be ma kro di a office e de enye de nyame nshira for gift nyame nshira wate abayifo hu fi ena do kro mo enti mame akosa be mpoma ne yapoku nyame nshira mo so mani skachi o man hwe se mame lumba ne mame akosa so waja padie o metime control arba na nkomo akọ support no ajaja pade ne nkomo so aja bi adi ba mu tra se da bi mame akosa be mpoma o your bad time wonim se na ware tie wonim se na ware mu bretie no wonim se na mame akosa se wade bua ne nua be ma e bi ka akona abusua to want me trase emfa na ni nkyere oburunsam atikọ entwa nyame anim eyi mame akosa se wa ma se mame akosa se wani lumba ni wobiem ni wakodi sakwase ba wiachi akwajaja pade se wodi matinta abane we atenwini ani asibi so mu na emfa nkokwa nkodi ti mame akosa bi mpoma trase na o se da bi ade no ba me nua be ma ware no no ba ne te abobra na kola ketuo we anya ni wade se wonu ne se oyekuna e fa japade adan ya wa wonsia wo se enkwase asem nti yesramo ti mo a mo kasa ne mo ayi sankofu na sinchen no mo mame akosa sewa yesramo cause asem we ba bia duru no senka mame akosa sewa ni yapoku enta mame akosa sewa chi ani mama chana mo ani wana akata ko enta mame akosa sewa chi a ka mame akosa sewa nko wainfa kanungwasia atule ko fi wusu ko mudi gumami kebe tan nti se ye gunsa yankaka sankofui hello where was we ipaboni fobi na abaso no udi ni bi na abaso no udi ni bi na abaso o ti ase ti esre panyefo se account nantia na account sisi o ti ase ti mame akosia bi mpoma wonim se mame akosia se wa ye lumba yire se wanta na chi a wan na mata na chi se wanta na chi a wan na mata na chi hwan ngwase edi gu mame akosia se wa hwan ngwase a Kofi to park edi gu mame akosia se wa nti senka mama chana ani mame akosia bi mpoma ni yapoku ekọ support sa Kofi usu ya kama mame akosia se wa senke ya buna bre ne suo so asidan Kenya nkopon se omutimi hwe nyame anim ehun se wiase enipa wa bre ye ni na bro enipa wa bre asom ye ni na bro cause ebinim diskachi o ekodi larbachi omunim se larba enye no ade o omunim se larba enye no ade o bo mu diskachi anehwe force na fosu anehwe na wieye anehwe se ne ositie ende yare na eni ni dinsin ko maame ne hu ntono because ade wa koye ne nkwasiasem so nua bema ne yire panyini wa ware ne na tena utimi hwe nyame ani me diska dadaw take away atimi diska dadaw emeko support ba fun we ebra woni ma abusuan ebra woni mo omo o woni mo omo nsunde won odi aduane body gu yefunu mu a ebotwe ne ma wosa so odi aduane body gu yefunu mu a botwini e ma wosa and therefore still for so dia hoto because atoro eni nkwasiade a wotimi hwe nyame anim ayi ma me kosa se wa maaye because kanti wakodi kofi usu achi ama na change wa dwen oni ne mienu eni sa kwana ne nsia progu na anum a ye frɛ no atampuri ye frɛ no ebeneza ne nsia ahye na anum te sa atabubu tabako factory na anum kankan ni na anum fi te sa atabubu tabako ayi tabako factory mutimi diskachi ma me ko sabe mpo mami akosia sewa se wanya lumba yire nyame metua mka o nyame metua mka abramu nua be ma na kasa gira simpie so ka se mi yire mami akosia sewa wanya me sada sister brother mumpanyimfu asabi muta akola wi achi so wonje mami we ene lumba bere ajapade emfa no nyankopon fa mbɔ ni ncha mu da ko munni mu nokure kwadia mo hwe firi lumba nchenti. Hello Queen, who to say? Queen.
Uncle Peter.
Who is free?
Hey, where was this so Kumasi boutique?
Gloria ni.
Debbie.
Kumasi boutique infa.
Mena na ama meseme me ya sende enyo mabro no.
Anya Gloria, nya Gloria. Ana nya me hira first lady de mame. Nyo mame ni first lady.
Debbie. Enra ye kataya no papa no. Enra ye kataya no papa na me se ne delivery guy ibe frɛ wo no.
Okay. Nessa odini nya Gloria, nyasa. Nessa odini nya Gloria.
Debbie.
Nessa odini ye elephant.
Elephant.
Oh, mama kura mi unso wa mase nimpon. Mam pikin so minim se bia obekwa kwase wa kire me. Nso ni nyina mu no mmekwa adroso. Senie laraba ani atenta batimi kwa adroso de confuse nkofo no. Me so mekwa adroso e de first lady akwa adroso ase na adwen. Yes, me so me the first lady be kwa adroso ase na adwen. Ni obeka bia no untie, ni obeka bia untie. Se larba timi kwa adroso a me so mekwa adroso ase first lady adwene. Se ne be ya odu be mame asase se wajap asase se onu akasa na japade me se me de first lady be kwa adroso ama ne de ne damu bed ne ne bob nyina breme. I'm telling you. Me na me ka kire mama ne pant kura me de ne kwa adroso no de ne pant na e hye no wo de be sande me se me fa me na me ka kire o
ene o de no wa boro la le basu wa boro la le basu me ka ne o de la le ba ko system yi de ene o le ala o le
me na me ka kire o
Peter nyami sra wate
amen
wa ya die na me ko so asana na me ne o kasa ya me ko so ade o mo topo sa
mate
atenta ba ne la le ba dam em so omo wo ma o emma omo wo ma because the atenta be ye die pro ma de ne me tia
yes so
wa ba wo bisie una wo tia sa wo ye manager wo na wa ba na wo tia sika len kwate na ni mbo ebu ase ni mbu ase ase say to wo mo wan ni mbu ase na no ge bi na ni sister bo enra ge bi na ni sister bo sayo no after the also ne lumba wo kwate asam wo mani mu gu ase ba na me so wo start expose wo so wo start say wo expose wo mo no eni mbu ase ne to so ba wo mo so sa that's what so ba that's what so ba ya mi be tria o mu nyina ka tell o mo anyuma titi enti mani ade me so bo aduma kotoa na ye ka we ta we tipa tinta ba ina leba atenta ba ne la leba akoshifuo mienu akoshifuo asantafo na mawo no mo mpa aduma nye mpa ejapade e mawo no mo mpa ejapade e mamoma mo mienu mo wo no na mo nem samba e ejapade ama mo man kwasiafo na mi obetwia sankofo we ka wonya mai Yami obechi asanko poweka. Onya mai afe no oba. No mani be buate putoputo mi ya Ghana akobu. La le ba usi se lumbe ni one of the way.
Good afternoon.
I know aka Ghana ha woni nam ha say.
Good afternoon, Peter.
Hello. Oh, what is saying? Who can say free?
I'm going to tell you.
Yo, Kasa.
Now, I somehow can say no crap. Mammy Brimpoma. What kind of Kumanechi and our manachi I drew. How many more I drew? Uncle, I said, you can come join me more. Only ya come join me more. And come on, Kobe, ha. Kota koni aba odi aha offer baby offer bia no aka ne mu be ha but said the nkuma afo na kuma no na e kana se na ase ya okoku na abrewa na owo fie no baby obeko bia na maame no edi o machi no eye no pre omo kasa wo so omo bo o maba so pa because omo no ma time maame na chi ama maame ni mu ayedru maame ni mu ayedru ni se na Ghana afo aso asem omo kanyina so ejina abusuafo ne so enti na aka na no kre e wo se omo so no mo ma appreciation because so omo mani anso omo na te so omo yi omo I know me you enti no kre watching enkrofo adu amba so pa Peter nyame Israel. Amen. Okay.
Abushia senete no. Enti say yi maami akoso abimpoma ne ya pokuma. Omunkwa imfa. Imfa na omunko. Enti mpanyimfo so bu ba bi say kraman nim se ne ba bewu ankode ne yidompe. Emmesa bebuo no emmane mmaso. Yesremo. Mpanyimfo se kraman nim se ne babewu a kogini gidompe masa nkofo no ofa yapoku ni maami kwasi abimpoma enwene sa adwene no saska bi kura na kwade omunche na sabe omadi kura no a mumma yanum kasa na ye ka no mumma sabi nyansa mbrem kakra all due respect inu bi atem na mo mikasa te se badwema me kasasa akwala nti yesre ne yakwaso no se yeyi omum frim sa no a enye yie cause omuna ta omakuma na chi amane emuasem a na larba ne atenta abane atule ne atampuri mu ye nyina afos na fosum ye nyina chi no onyankopon adasu edinkunim yesremo mami akosa sewa mami ya poku ni mami akosa bimpoma ta na chimpo no sabi munhwe sane mami ne na no hosi ye mmobo what you say ye mu eduta mi kura na so video na wo bedi mami na tam kura no a na no ho ye mmobo na so enum ne ya tra se ho se dabi eni paya no ye mmobo se no se be so video didi na tem eye no me ena oji ama ho eni tira mpanyefo se bofo ho aboyarfo mmobo ni nya sada eni tira maame ne se me be pa na chaw na maame ne de me boni a cheme hwe me se me sundaya na dwowei se ma bunkoto dwowo maame na nim ame wode ne nsa to me so me bunkoto dwe ewo maami na nim me sundaye anadwo we na me sun sa dan se ma bunkoto dwo maami na nim ama me pa maami na to no se me nsware e na ode ne nsa to me so na amanfo tete baabi ehwe se boni be na ma ya maami ne ehira me saa anadwo na me sun sa daye no na wo frantuma tuntum bunkoto dwe eno odi ne nsa to me so na me am nsa ne monyam bi afiri baabi awura me mu ama me nya hoto I'm telling you maami we ya ya ku na ni mu ase no yenhwe yie na sani nkofo ka no sani nkofo bi ka no ye no kura no ba so da ese me bu onyankopon na otesoro eni nsu a me nom
Peter I'm sure
ya no kuno sister maami ne tumi bi di maami na chi I'm telling you. Obi wa fa maame ne taku. Onyankopon fa nche ne pakoro da. Obi obu maame kwasia we suma se. Onhwe no betua wo ka.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
Adan na larba mi kuma mi sun no ho daye. Adan na mi kuma larba mi sun no ho daye. E kire se ye nkontompo awudifo. E kire se nkontompo awudifo ena me di o machi. Taliban asefo. Taliban bu asefo Boko Haram abusi awudifo ene larba atenwini asibi atentaba atampuri ene atule. They are wicked people. Omo fa kuntina se bu maame ni kwasia agina japade mu bedi mu maame twasiri. Sama mi kano na yuwe mi so sa daye no na mania je nso mi sori ye no na you see tenetie.
Rapita, good morning.
Morning.
Me akua de me kan se Awurade nya wo nipa kese e wo abusuam.
Amen.
Nyambisha unima me kwa adwuma o. O start say wo kasa me so Diana dwi na mame akosua se wade ne sa awosibi gu agumi wa ha no. Na me hu juli me no me se dabi ya mame akosua se wo nye nipa ketewa o. Na animonyam kanya me se nyame be pagya maame we se ne kunu kodwofo so kan ye se ewiase hina be hu no na ewiase remfi wo da no wo bia obegina wo se me kasa ma ye maame akosua se wa no enhira e wo maame no so no enko wa wo ntoto asoso because maame nye hwe bra ye hina ye maane bio se be masi kwa adwaman kwan so a wo stopping enye yie be manankasa se me ankasa ena me fa maamienu a ya maami ntimi stopping nti de oba ye ne se oba obu nukunu no obetena chredin na odi nani ahwe nukunu no sa na ya maami akosua se wa ye yo eno nso nkyere se maami akosua se wa no sebi onimde ana se bia chaskojofo su ya mema mu ka chire nti no sa time na ontimi nya nukunu ba maami na kana no atum na se wo lalbo sa atenwene munnim we na mo se dabi enam se papa na Jessica to fie ho ninti ye be disika chi na ye disika wura nyoma mu a chaskojofo su na nkasa na opesika na okọ na wiase so de wo ahyase bia no mpanifo ama ye hu se ewawie ye na obia nso mrebeso se ye de 10 years nkontompo to maame we so na da krope Nyankopon ma papa ni gina nipa dom anim esan ni yiriti a de ekoso yi ebetwam de yesisie emre baba ebetwam no bia ba gina nim guase one by one na ye danyame asese app bibia ba social media ente se kane na woni radio wo fi a wonti news woni radio wo fi a wonti de ekoso wo wiase nti ye hina so ye de yani sei ebe hu abonefo akatua bra enyum bia ba ma aba toma kuma so ma mentoma woni maame akosua se wa no pe wati
Medase
oste wa hwie ni shira go hunam hina so wan kra ne betumi ni wadiesie ose meye wo kesie wan ne betumi asori atia wo mesi wo hima hina kra ne betumi akwa atia wo mehwie mi shira agohun amina so wine cry nebetimi ni wediesie yama yakosua ose obeye wo kesie wine nebetimi akwatia wo obesi wo hima ina cry nebetimi asori atia we ose mehwie mi shira agohun amina so why cry nebetimi ni wediesie papa nyame nhira wate
Amen. Apia Nyankopon shiro papa.
amen ohene that's that's what to see me why na
Yo apia wa ma platform so aye de na menwom no so no awosia gume na me akasa ma wo se etime maame akosa sewa onye nipa keke tani lumba enye nipa keke no dan maame akosa sewa sunsum bi eye kase a ekura ni mu yenhwe ni ma bi yi hello
P mecha mo queen mecha na wodaye ya woso ye no nye enye fedi agro me maso sa adaye nbi na ma she atare ayete se Ghana mo lean white na mo pam no pure white ena me ko butu na nim na me se ma nentim tokoya team yi abamu yi eya na wo hu a wotene se wo se Nyakopon se nya wo na wo se awrade no no onyina na obekọ wo soro ahemme enti oka ya no na me gina ho din ahwa na maniti na me se ya ne wo ma so ntokwa wo sa app is no nyu omu nyina na Team Liga no omu do maame no na ye bibi nti na omu baaye enti maame no da bia ya ne e kalas wo hra wo mu kwaye ayi Mother's Day no bla okukra be kan kwa ku Kristo be kan what that time or didn't start home amen nsem no ase bibia electrify no enti maame no tumi ekuta no na amanfo eto aya na bi mu di na tam eni hawo no ena wu se wo mu di na tam nyina hwe na Captain Smart o se ma wo mu we onso mu nyina keka keka ma no tumu ba enti no ade bi e wa hyase bi e wo wiye enti pi me fa ha sa me bechia wo na ma kwa bato enu waduma pa wo ye enu ono kra wo kan ya wo kan onse se wo ho ahin so edi ne bia abetofo na atenta ba ne lale bade wo mu do mu ntra ono mu blebeso o mu blebeso enti ma minja na bo adwuma nyame nka mu nyina mo ma ba eya no wasim
Just hello.
Maminka we na mi sifo. Enyoma edi adanse nyina trese. Eye japade enti ena laleba ene atentaba omoye nyoma we nyina. Na de bia omo master nyoma oboye no. Sa nyom no die de bia meto ama omo. Lumba say siye diria siye japade kwa Niniankawa metuo manso ayo se yawie ya dai nefa wisika boe hiafo esi ebeye kakra efotie bebusa o se wisika bebrebe wo hinie wajapade bebrebe wo hinia so de ani bread obi adia ro my father ubenwe jaho ugaya boni ase odi asasi so de eni ekaya papa mi ansai wo na me daddy look de obi ye me baby eni na ya nke be ka se mi eboni ayefo ya so se mi boni di adana si akwajo entini ma si dani entini di se ye ya etuko no mama ye boni de ni a enti dia me ka se daddy lu me ka se atentaba ene lale bane se ewi aso we mi stro bi pa woni ne ya ade a wasi mi miye ma no nkasa da woni obi enipa woni ne ya ade a wasi mi miye ma no me ma wo mi tiri ma asem na mi miye ma no mi nkasa da ami akwati ate wa nkasa da onkasa da mi kam so say ye di na chi a ye kuma no ye ti ye kuma no onsoma wo bia e ya asem ne beto social media no so na ye choose site say maame na sam ye bobo ye ya rewo ti e beka bia ma ye ka bia ya system aya antie free maame ne wo na mom ya kete e na ye ka bi maame we kasa aja na mi suro se ni pa no mi suro se maame no u chele nim na u gae no u na ni sai wan kasa mi suro se ni pa no so woni ne ya de wo se mi de men kasa ye ya u gae ya de ani abebu bom ni abebu bom ni akaya adwene no eya amamu nsoro ye pa na de wo kili ya de wo ne nya asem wase me de men kato ma asem nyina wo Nyankopon ho me say Bible say ye wo pa de nya na wa fa kwai pa so no wase sa kokori de a wo obutu nkosia enya onu na to ye so Bible say obebu ne na mu fa ja na ewie no obeye okwasia enti Bible na ka o si ewie no sani pa no obeye okwasia enti okwasia yi laale bani atentaba mo ye kwasia fo ewie ya no enkwasia sem ya na masase enkwasia sem na ne eyi ba no se etra yi mo asase yi mo na me kwompa ye se onyonyame a wode ma me akosia se wa ahye nyuma papa ase na me hu se victory da ma me nanim a enche bia no ma me we be dina enipa no be de nipa nyina se na me nim se victory na eba no ebe kwa akoka ti sabre no laleba na wujina bia wo hene sabre no wujina bia wo hene eni die eni enuya eni atendidie motimi bopa se ye ni di ma me akosia se wa atem bema oba wode ne nsa aye bema yie ama wu laleba yi sankalumba kwatina Germany no wa mo brebia na sabi ye bo ne betena Ghana ha enka me yenu kra wone ne nwo oba papa na aye bema yie ama wo aye wakono sa woni le bewo sensia no enti sani pa no yenye le bone sani pa no ye ntine so atia sani pa no yenye na yakayaka de mo bopa na mo frewei monna na mo ye court ena prosecutor no wajimi ena obi didi police atem na wasi anke ya che no atenta ba ne laleba mo make ne clear am ye hu se mo mienu didi kesia bi wo mo ntem ena mo protected na wonyame a wo kan ntem go fom na wo mani pie no sa nyankopon no wonyume nyina be bahan mu ade amaya ma me we nyina be bahan mu na me dia me say wonyuma amaya nyina mo di mani be no mo be fair dranom because mun deserve some mo betina wi ase ara boni an wadi ma me no from day one mun deserve mo awu be mo say mun deserve enti aduro bi na mo be pa no ma wu afiri wi ase because my bi me say ye mu bi ne ye tiji na ye se mu de mo kwasi asamba ye de ji ni be hia mo a enti ka bu be di ma mi asam sa wadi ma mi ani sa eni ka woni ne ya ade a wo se won kasa mun suro no mun fere no ma mi mun fere na ni mun suro no ye le se but ni ni na mu no said the Bible aka no wo se mu de bu mu na mu feda na wie ya no mo be ye okwase ya enti anu anim na ye hye na ye hye won kwan se ebeba enti na de mo pesa mu ye bia mo nye ba ye mu bi ye se ya me se mu di jini ba ye ne kwase ya se mbesi ya mami akwase ya de o se won kasa da o tun se nyame be kasa on kasa da ba ye ya ta no wasia no mudi mu jini ba ye de mo kwase ya be hia mo no no de o share rade na nyame obekasa mami we wama mo le se mo Ghana ha say ye mukuro so mo nko ha da mo be kwa titi ni na afo ni nyina proye ni proye ni nyina be yi mu ama be bia be yi mu ama enti ye hwenyame na me se ase bia be ye fine tita
amen
ko so ade o mo so wate na ko so ade o mo so da se pan tu wi amefro why
Matthew Queen me da say hello when was Sarah
Yes.
Oh, who is saying?
Yamia dum na unso e.
Eh, you kasa free.
Me kasa free UK.
Kasa me yankwe.
Dina odi ato wa mo na ye me de amembe fura bi sase. Na we yesiremi ana.
Say me yes 7.
Oh, why are the Lara no di? Ye ka je di Lara, but me ti Lara say ya na ye mesire. But in fact, said no crop wine so our fan dear. First, in the now winning the beer never to see our wounded dear. Yes, they say, what I style soon in Timpuna me basso. If it's a Bible say, wow, papa, one fan, one fat papa no. Win ya so at the pack. To one papa nedia, one fat papa nedia, yes, they say. I rather mother and I was son. We see a moon, won't obey any particular honor. In fact, if you say, if a pele can answer, say, who know be you come. And I won't be to one of my sending it performing also on Casa through the panel. When or cancel the agent, now send me now, my yamia. A dear boy, Cassia, pa, the mamma could just say, what dear. But when about no mamma, you when I made whom, if you were me whom it be. Copins are, I dear way, I bar swa. La Banet in Bidi, our yes, I do win. Yes, sir, they say. A country was raw. Only nasif we na omubenya na ma la ba ma me die in fact oya ma me bone
Era la busia for me didn't say any particular or combat to larva for. Into a moon ye. Mammy could just say, was so than I say me now, my young one cassa. One cassa. I almost say and some were home, but one cassa the Yamina, the baby's ass and Naman. Say the ever about my cancer, you're seeing now better in common. Start at the end of your commission or the share you. Also, you are seeing now, one who mean I see a woman. And yes, they say, I rather now, they move free my pass one from Quay. And I'll pay them a flew hard. Let me bet Chiana now that was a sale. A dinner or the two or one of the head, didn't have the pa.
I didn't, my sister should be a mom. Larabana, Tinrini, and a Sibi, and a Tintaba.
And a Tintaba.
Not too late. And a Krugu, an abono. And say, dinner, I don't know. And
Matia. I didn't have that. You.
Hello, where was he, Mammy? I was he. Hello. Baba Janasu, what Janasu, Missy Casafe, as a woo boons you. Eh? I don't know, man, be over my summer didn't say. What's the good names? Hello.
Hello, Peter. Good morning.
Morning, you can free.
Because I'm free UK. Now, what to say? Mama, get to say, yeah. Now, me shrub, what you my way, now me shrub, papa. Yeah, I'm about life or so. Now, me shrub, so within no cry a year, you ma. Why? Now, me shrub, empire, near person, I'm be yardum. Now, Mamma, could you say, what for su? Yenina, young community, and me, Eddie Adum. Why? To me, how Casabibri, na Edina, the Anna, I am a sredo. La Leva, Atentava, Nedia Kikaka. Yami, papa, quite on my mamma, could you say, well, for Sunday, Mamma, bring for my fashion, Yami Busa, warm papa. Tiena, yes, she a techly. Ah, yes, she be. Why? Yami Jow, bye. Eh, my sister, one of so UK. Yes, mammy was also one of supporters UK dear. UK dear, Yasam Kato, the best UK no. A big G and some UK much less say. Moyo dog. Yamisha UK for. Hello,
Peter. Good morning. I to say,
hey yo, what's free?
I'm here to refer to the US. Now, Peter, my main can be a man out for man. Or better now, one or do mobile, no one very careful. What it? Move it now, I'm on Cassana, move, push, what I'm over mobile, Peter, near that for Sani, and I am mobile, no hand.
Who came with her to me? Missing your mayor.
Mammy, I say, or that was a baby, I mean, sure, papa, so was the friend. No. I walk a missing man, pass or another medal, so it is a bit of which I have. The warrior, the Yamia, too much can see a power because I some lay a point. And I walk a capital. Yamin sure what yet our children, legal wise, yet our children, I see it, but there be a vessel like Nasia. Yet our chief and my papa me was the one my time for and see a man is very careful, some man or moving now. Yes, I'm man, no more room, Miss Ramo, Mamma Fassa Mazi. When you saw Ruasia, who you know about life.
Hello, Peter. What to say?
That is not free.
We free UK.
Hey,
yeah. Peter, na Michelle Party. We are Juma Cassia, and Michelle. I could say what there was in Michelle. It's my pickle number into woman. What it? Cause good work. What it? Na Michelle, papa. Baba, we were doing the who make us say what it? Bye.
Yo, Mammy say what break it to Pofu. One no. Was so a Juma and I wash me. Juma me yano. A son and Yankasa, Namin Quasso, and Yajumano. Then young coupon, a work at your papa B, and the bless me, Nibiaka, Minima Busia, and no crack. no correct. Madam Michelle baby obia. Hello. Or report to me. Omo ba no masida say omo edi mama akosha say wa picture edi so no mo ye fake accounts. Awudifo asefo. Awudifo jijikunu. Abayifo asefo. Mo fiafie se prekoye made. Mo nyanyan se prekoye made. Mfoyi enwen asefo atentaba asefo. Enwen asefo laraba asefo. Mo fiafie se Liberia market. Hello Kasafrin. Hello, Kasafrin. Davi, onya papa. Mse, onya papa. Engo for be fro. Larben dwen kwa o. Larben dwen na wa pion mo gu abonten no. Eno mo nam kofo platforms we did to say twin. Hello.
Hello. P.
O Kasafrin. Yes.
France.
Français, ça va?
Français, oui, ça va et toi?
Ça va bien, bien.
Très bien. Puis,
bien. Hello, Kasa.
And now, oh, so one mamma said, wow, die soon.
And you're no correct.
And one said, why do you chop panatum so?
Me, I said, my one die, why just
now come.
Yes.
Koswa na boy dwuma Germany ne so de ye nyina e be hia wo e say no me no enhyehyeye ni dru pa mi pia ma ye de wato list ne so e wo se hia wo Germany
me das
na da no dru a da bia na lumba tie na ho de ne e be konti e be ko October so wo
okay
e be hia October se ne e be ya enhyehyeye no you know August ne de e wo animu do October no na ntotoye bibia visa je ni bibia na etimi akoyie se na etie bia obebe bi na Peter ya fra wo platform yi so na wo dom di wachi ni edu akogina big platform na wo kasa
amen
adano atamfo be pe ni abehwew
amen
tukoso ane bo adwuma
me das
na no dayesu nu mu no a kire se Mama say wa wo free na kumam ni na adwunu mu nyina di bia chaw
because me nya so dan ya na dwowe me hu se maame no ma kutu na ni ma sore akokutu na ni ma odi ne satum so se me sore na odi ne satum so na me say maame no waji ma patwa atu
waji atu wadi achaw da kan ni wo mu da ai na wuni
Nyame nya ne kastu babi amami obia no babi obia wa kire se usunsun ma di wachi no ayeden edme boni acheme nti se bi so mi koi nim se mi nam no me ni problems say just
why you free
my free so obi o be pa na chaw no be sa so daye so odi achaw no entansi
Dabi.
Na wo me da yem.
Na wa dwene no aye o se mami wo ya cheme.
Ma ditu bia tema sab. Ma sunda yesi ni pani si wo dia cheme. Ma kutu anani mo de satum zo dia cheme. Ni hu bi da.
Free ho.
It's mami we ya powerful. We powerful. Nti mnete ina petesi. Apetesi ura. So ma ka kire wo.
Apetesi ura dia ho. Ya fa no ntonchai. When we said Duncan Williams say mami we onye nipa huna akwa. So when we say video now, or say mami say wa no
this is Patricia.
Onye nipa huna akwa. Na nipa bi nim ne sa. So wo onye nipa huna akwa. Nyame hu wo ni mu. Odi achewa no odi achew.
Odi achew.
Ebi no say ye tawachi pampe, ye tawachi koso abo adwuma. Why? Mami si no somra. Ai,
Adepa.
Peter.
My beautiful one.
Peter. That is right.
No one year.
Me try go so ai. Me try go so.
Nyame sira wate. Nyame sira.
Ya na you but you can for echi asu but I mean you can me yin where you can.
Yeah.
So I knew.
Oh, Ezo, Pachame.
So I knew.
When you want to meet me, where did I said, I'm not trying to swim.
Yeah, some like us. I'm like us. Amen.
What? Yeah, and I'm so can say, what's one day, and I was see you good, man, home.
And yes, and I do. You make one of me. Minim say, when him die, me, what a minute so about Pammy. Minim so about Pam, but no cophobia can wash ya. Some go for some minimum more. Media swim more mudi because they didn't. Back one crime, back what crime, no back war UK. Some go for me and the red team, my was and China. And I'm sorry, I'm see that be my men on that two. Missy Master so Pammy, I know a Pammy. No, I'm sorry, Koye, Miduriana, Manchiano, Miduriana Mabunko to J, Namidi for. And was seeming sorry. No, me Kutuana me pana chauna or didn't sa at 2 matches. No, see. No, Mussi, one fine chamino, or Manima Guassi. Manima Guassi, or Batampa, Nayamu, ye. Nayamu, ye, for Tabraba, my son, no man, Namid, no man, when ye are. Oh, oh, said my Mr. Watchers will be any minute that as well. Mammy, young also. Ayo, Fro, what to wanna be dear, or was a cocaine? Maybe I'm for comment session. I say, Mamma may just the way I see blasting Crawford. Because young I are quantum, you could tell Quada and Tianim the echo. No, being any crab or bobra. Bear man see me coffee, I question me who you are, no, I cough on a young cobar. Media, dear, me be a midgenation, say. Our Riana Bearman or Banner Coyen, or Banner Busia for sea and Gino. Bearman Busia for sea and Gino. Or Banner Cassano and Cassanus Nucleus in Gino. Wow, one Gino. One of the force for say, ye Gino. I think that and therefore say ya Gino. Ya Gino, but see ya Jama, Miaquas, a woman was your foot. Mamma Nukunu Abetina Simpius to say, me hear it. Now, Bearman Uncle send me a basso so I be confirm say, Nimia Bearman in Jai or Ban. Or Banner Busia force so tower banner, she said, Nimia Ban, no Kunin Jino. Bearman Busia force so tower banner, she said, ye, Ban one Jai or Bano. What no why I could not baby say a Jino. Did you want me to want to so say, or one never chilling say why Jano? It was Jino because it's a Bearman Busia for the Sabbath. Bearman Abusia for it in Communion Sanka or Banner Jane and Omunian or Mobano, Comedinachi. Comedinachi, about. About to say, Obano, ye banner Gino, but Omotan that you say in Gino. And to who are you so could you baby say a Gio Bano? No man almost a Samo Moon, a ye no make a see, Mammy, and I wounded that, but not someone. A carcoma. Samitis will be dinner tema. Nature said, be beer, womacume, miss. Ah, or be mammy. Mammy will bet me a war. A brama, men up one. If you cry, mamma, and come will be sa brandy. As one of my miss one a mood dinner tem and no pa a year and numere, or being cast or dobro will be time, or dobro will be a no time, be subai and in a year, or bow walk on the now what's her bob pass a yen nini pana ya warren, yen nina tem. One no men I was a salmon. So I want to Roman father won't trust the power same any day. Say if you cross or don't run in our back and it didn't know good cheers to come and for so we couldn't do or banner yayan on 1 year or banner or peja bear money free baby bejana baby. Who moves shall send a wood trade face cast or could desire banner them. And you no man or more palm, and you no make a see. Now, me de be a make and say Peter Yamisha Wate, yet the no cranny DHD. Well, don't be meaning could dinner temp. Lumber copen and Naho, Banadian say, as what Jitum say, I am Pena. Jitum, we am Pena, we baby mamma. And Quajin to me say, and I will ban the son himself upon one year. O just stage, I was the mammy deem born, moody born, your moonim. Face papano, ne ready Akosia Sewa. It's all by yen now, baby, Nime of Bincroft, Kunuma Chempana. A year twice. Bear money be pair one, or catch us all year, and I would see us here.
It's even though so one country or no 1, 2, 3 no. O ma me mu yenya safo kra na e come catch lumba say abrantie. Wo so wona wo boyire jaya. Wona me bana wo miensa. Eti ya sede emma no. Eti wanye na sede say obeware oba na ese mu say ya mpa so wona na ire ne nyede. Enjai no. Ona na ire ne nyai no koso ne wo 9 enum ensia. Eti wo pe na wo de tena ho. So what you say? Eye wo pe and I would it now. Obi amfo so lumba wa me chichiro. So one over who says. One no wo train nanka opem ye na nanka modi abono. Onye business amount. Ono ma na show manager wadwuma. Na japade ne ani brent wo tena ho wo 6. Na nipa na no obre ne beji a wasoma battalions so mo nkodidi na tem. Na me betuo mu ka. Nyame obetuo mu ka.
Adepa. Nyame slow.
Etu de sinema obi entu aso. Why?
Martin, me da.
Etu that men kan why Peter?
Yo, me da se. Hello, when are Gloria? Gloria. Mayina fi so obapa. Afia. Enkwasi asameni. Just ase nkwala bi o manya 2 months. Ase nkwala bi a o manya 2 months ne 1 month. Ai. Ozi ohima jemfu
Peter fire dware why? Fire dware what Jimmy kese be biesi ka
question hu fi bi a orba so se fire dware. Wanim kankan wate. Oba fi bi sa no. So ebe mo so eden yo. Ma me jemfu a ohima jemfu.
Ni mini so ebe mo so ba o.
Onya kwasia. Onya kwasia. Ne hu ye.
Ne dia wo che me da wa ma me bio. Me dia wai.
O dia no sa fe ma free bolaga ma call na say masa ko so dia bro.
Yo ya fa me dia ma me wai. Ma obi obedi kwasi asem bia keka be kire no. O mo samfo ne. Ni mini ma se de aponjani a o.
Onya kwasia.
Esa wado wo dia wo dwale. Wo na wo nwale e. Wo ba tu obi hu. Wo si nwale dia na wo na wo nwale.
Dan go so mo mutom kankan.
Yeah, right. Because ask some kwa.
That's it, Eleanor say. That's it.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Hello,
Bonjour. Vous allez bien?
Ça va bien.
Bon. And then I mean, imagine some food, but who say, Minion UK for the friend, I said, Mr. Friend, our mammy said, well, we say UK for Dono. They said, don't know where you can, yes, see if you see your huno, and you don't get to her. Yamisha, baby, you, Peter, Yamisha, on so or Copa, or Comama, just say, well, Diana also, any divine. And yet, the Bian, you should die, Bisa, a very divine. It was a mammy and a Kumamu or the Bibia chow. And I, no cry now, bro, my son, also no. Peter, shall like one said, Bibia con can't see mouth. Yes, drama, I will do it. For the dose, say, and your doctor, Yamin shall, Peter, Yamin shall, my telephone. No office, Casa.
Okay, what's your office, Obesan Akasa? Hello, your friend said Thomas, and I say, hello. Any part of your what? I was a lot of best pretty in a woman. Hello. Any part to me, any papa, and I say, college. So we are woman, I am Mubasu. What do you want to ask you? I'll be before class, DNA. Hello. Johnson, your chair. Hello, Babaton, and some who say, Minqua, Minim, near Quasso. I want a platform so. Over 4B, over finance of over 1 and Premier 20 above them. Chese. Hello.
Hello, Apia, to say.
Young friend, Apia.
Sorry. I'm Peter.
Na Apia, the audio Apia, Mamma saying.
Peter, to say, Mia, wife, I'm one. I don't know men and me friend when I would do matter. And yes, I'm a boonsio. No, my sorry, no, me so not here for so. Timothy, because Jerry of matching on Timantum. Timothy, many name buffers up from me all hanging out. Timmy, I'm shame, and as that I know I pick him maybe. And a man, no, your pants. No, your pants. Mobile, not my dough. Timothy, many men say so gummy. And I may be so, I don't know your pants. But I may make one I'm a tintino. Me queen, down with your pants. No, there's no queen in your own shepherd. Me see me what I'm teaching me down with shepherd. Who say, it's a new bad year. Yet, I was some pants, would they be beginning or be bad now, but transfer. And while we see young friend on twin, and a young canny quasso, and no, I question again, see up here. Aye, the fufrasam now, the bazi. So, Davu frasem. Ye can nasem uba da. Hello. Omu phone say kita mam say phone omu de tonya doa. Hello.
Peter, pom design.
Pache yo na ya.
Nana Yabua.
Okay, Kasa.
To be Biaboko.
Yamiadum.
Metasi or dear me Babachiao.
Okay, yo.
You want my music from now more.
Okay, Ousu. So, would I so? Also, Antimia Yinaso. Me fa kwales ba miensa me wi ama to adwumadi no so. Hello. Dabi onye serious. Eso oko. Hello. Dabi onye serious. Yonko. The brain I request you so for more they are not respond. Was it drop hair? My drop for Mrs. Yabua. My drop for mo. Abusiani atieni. Mami agosa sewa. Onyanipa sakwa. Was he mention the name? Mention the name. And when dinner me mohima. Ohima me mo wendi. Ohima me mo wendi. Hello, Keke.
That is saying.
No, who ye?
Yes, I am bumpire, and you go bomb or ding. And Baboni for din any asang be a young Kunu requirements and I will be doing change. What is be a baby? Yeah, no, be a bumpire amount. The crana wokano. No credit, the bomber brabo, no crana wokan, any pedestrian in that. I'm on penny, Ghana from penny credit. Ghana from penny credit. It's in your point to be you. What is yes, young bomb mobile. Why?
Hello, Francis was a Florence. Hello,
Peter.
At the same, would you need Florence and now Francisco? Florence, Casa.
Peter,
Florence, listen. Ukuno, I Jimina or say, Uwa, Nigere Mahono, and Yanyawa.
There you, and And here Florence will be me.
Eh, no kunde wa Jimmy papa. Kasa na yanko.
If you are not about phobia or person was sorry more person.
No binim de obia wa bri chairman truma tuntum de we nipa. Kasa na yanko.
Peter, na me tempa cho mu say. Ye mu say ye adwuma na ye di ye Peter shaya. E do take care o body pani bia obeto kan hello na oni say do ne so. Ete ya ka ye be pa cho say body no.
Na di no to bi body nyina ka na be.
Mi body no mi odi no mi ntimi mmo. Mi ntimi mbo odi no. Why? Ma nko school mba be bubo obo amanfo din. Edin ababa ma num no e na menim. Ni ama no menim. Ni ama ma num no mi ntimi mmo.
Peter be kunipo.
Abusia mun tap screen so say mo just screen no. Mun type so.
Obo di se ne wo na
type so. Mun sani rose. Mun sani roses.
Obedi motem.
Mun sani roses. Na ye nya adwuma no. We say mabe anyimre masaba. What you say? Because hunhun bi awura me. Timi kasa mama me akosa se wa memre. Yes. Kolarba na me kasa malarba no. Me bala for timi dru be 3 days na mababa ako. Cause oye nipa bonifuo. Ntimi sisi ubi. Entres kama nkofo. Si yengu sa nipa nanimu ase nanya kwan esesa na japade na fa. Timi mami akosa se wa ne nsam na eda abonten no enye secret. Nsam no ene guo no. Wo ya badwe ma ne wa peke. Na wo kasa. Wo ye wudini a na wo ka bad things efa no ho. Ne mami hu se atinta be ne pabonifo na mami hu se sene atinta ba frewa wo se mami no e kire wo no mami no ho be yi wahi nsemo ka fa mami no ho no e kire se woni larba wo bibiye e kire se woni larba lumba wuo no omu nim hu bi efunu no kura omu de ko omu se omu de yakokoma se bra omu mfa nkoye no e kire se omu nim ba bi esi lumba ba omu paso bi abehu omu paso bi abehu omu no so omu ma lumba abusuafo hu ba bi esi lumba wa kina ibe kokotu ne nkase yakwa check ne ku no omu ape ba bi no omu de akwahye obi aja pade o omu akunu kwa afan so omu wia omu se gu ne yire animu ase se ne be ya no ne yire anim baba ne yire hu be ye Ghana fo hi nsonde Nyankopon me se wiase enipa hukum nipa wasase weso a some member di wachi obespose everything ye mfanka ba bi ensuo nka mfanka ba bi ensuo nka mami akosa se wa wonya ne paketwa ye kaso wonya ne paketwa nya se wo ye sikani kakraka wo ye dabio hu meti mami no mu no hu me ye kase I'm telling you hwe mami we me pa na chawo ma pa mami wa chawo na me pa na chawo no ma hu mami ne wada yemu ana me sakopa mami na chawo me tuo sa na mami ne tuo da yemu o me tuo na mami ne tuo da yemu na ma enipa bi so tuo enipa bi so te pata bi ase ana mami ne so ate ne ho te ba bi ana ma wo ma bi so wa UK wo ma no so te nanim ana nkofo bi so te ne nkyɛn nti mi kopa na kyɛw no ase me fere ye wom na me se mi ko bi a me kopa ma me akyɛw ma mi wo mfa nkyɛme wan hwa na nkofo te ne nkyɛn ba pa me se me nkɔ enti ɛwa na me sɔre ya na me se dabi mekɔ ne ebesinsi ana me sɔre ye ana me nante kɔ na nkofo hwɛ me na me kɔ na nkofo te hwɛ me obi ankasa enti me duru ya na me ya da me bunkotoje na me di me tisi fam bunkotoje na me di me nsanyina to fam enti wa na ma me se me nsɔre maame ni si min sɔre because bi si sɔre a ɛni kwan so sɔre at once saa o po bi akyɛ wɔ fam a wɔka se sɔre ɛni kwan so sɔre fam saa ɛwɔ sɛ oni onyankopɔn tentam ansa enti
akuya
mi o ka se min sɔre ya no no ɔde ne nsa ɛto machi no se min sɔre na me yɛ dai mi sɔre yɛ ɔsi bibia ni wɔde bibia kyɛ me ɛwɔ na mo sampa ma patwa ma pa akyɛ wɔ media yi so no ma me no wɔde akyɛ me ma yɛ free so mfɛnkyɛ me anka me hu ni da yam mfɛnkyɛ me anka ma me da yam ɛkyerɛ sɛ ma me ne ɛwrɛ ɛkyerɛ sɛ ma me ne tumi bi di ma me na akyi ɛnyɛ ɔno nko a ne nam tumi bi di na akyi na nyankopɔn de tumi kɛse bi di ama no na mo a mo di ma me wagya padeɛ no munhwɛ yie na ne ɛbɛba mo so no ɛkyɛn yare 10,000 ne ɛbɛna mo so maame akoso asɛ wa aba mo so no ɛkyɛn yare 10,000 mo de mo fanka ba bi nsuo nka ye yare ke hu ni atoto ye o ɛne ye ka ho asɛm no nti wa wo se maame ne brɛ a wa brɛ anya obedi anya bia bonkofo paasa begune ni mu ase a ɛte sɛ ya so a obini no de nam adwom sɛ wo tɔn mi donyame ohun tɔ da ɛte sɛ yibayifo a so nipa nam ɛde ama o sɛ gikɔtɔn police station ade so aka sɛ ne so no nhwɛ yie ma mo nyam adwe sɛ maame na japade na mu di ne nei ankwasiafo support mu ma mo nyam sɛ mo anya mo totroto na ehu akatua edemu anim twaa mu na enche bia so eben ha yai eben mo oso bi nkwatena bu che mbresa na kwasiafo bi ne maame ne papa kuhwini bi abɔntensufo nkwasiafo bi se wo mo na abrɛ wo mo na esi obi so mo adwuma mo yɛ so mo ntimi nkyerɛ wo mo so mo na abrɛ wo mo na abrɛ obi so mo ni o mo ayɛ adwuma na o mo yɛ de support be ma na so mo ntimi nkyerɛ ye maame ne evidence ne nam o ha wa fa so bu lumba kaseta ne nwuma na o yɛ maame we na gina mu ade ne bottom sika e support be ma hello kasafrin ubana ubaso no ubeso me ahwe oye bayifo ubeso no abeso me ahwe oye bayifo aye fra wa kwia usadan obaye ontimi mfa mame so obaye kankan te se larbe baye ontimi mfa mame so obaye tantan se prekoye made sa obaye tantan no de base de beso me ahwe uyo fui pate wasia ba obaye sa tenta ba asefo obey kankan no enfa mama ha so be no mi moja yesu moja be ka wanim uyo ba fon wate nyame nhira mo se mo tab screen hello what you say se we ade antina atentaba ni ya bebrebe edi entia eni atentaba wonyabusuani na ni abre bebrebe na ni esi maame akosa asewa so opese maame no omuyi ni free luma bibia mu na omunya kwan didi ni entia atentaba ni Collins Amankwa omani abre se omuyi maame akosa asewa ni maame akosa bimpoma eni ya poku free lumba ni bibia mu no no mu support larba no oman se larba no ye wudini ti so omu ankasa nto muni larba no batimi anante ayusu lumba japade maame akosa sewa japade eni ntina omu ta maame akosa sewa eboka emankofo se yense maame akosa sewa din se lumba abusuafo ba mu a maame akosa sewa ba mu a so mu do mu ye nkyina so mu ayira eni ntina omu ani abre a omu jiska wala larba nchan e sponsor nkofo se yengu maame akosa sewa ware so ne lumba ni wabiem na munya chimifo a mumpanyimfo na mudi maame ketwa wo ya chi no munya chimifo a Lumba nankasa gyina simpie so ne maame ne njaaye. Lumba nankasa gyina simpie so maame ko sa se wanyam sa da. Nsumun kwasiafo se mo abɔntensufo mua abusiafo se maame no ne no mu nua be ma nyaaye. Abɔntensufo se maame ne lumba jai mo maame twa asiri mo ya mua wajimi. Captain Smart ofra kona abusiam. Atentaba ofra kona abusiam. Koso mo bodamunti. Mo bodamuntia. Abusiafo kona abusiati. Ese maame kosa se wani lumba wo ho. Ye war lumba. Na watentaba na wonka ho. Captain Smart na wonka ho. Despite mu na mu nyina sabi na mu nka ho. Ya kona abusia. Ena je maame kosa se wa ma lumba. Agina mu. Na ba ne san na mo abɔntensufo na ebegu maame na ware yese maame no wanye warefo lumba so gyina sempie so ka se me yire kwasia se want me nya me sada so still abɔntensufo se atenta abane calling someone kwam se maame no wanye lumba ni wabiem larba se maame no lumba ni wabiem kosmo abodam because mo pe maame no lumba japa dia wianti mu pam maame akosa sewa mu pam maame akosa bimpoma mu pam ya poku mu pam mama chana mo se ne be ya metima wiya maame akosa sewa japade afalumba japade nyame tua muka nyame obetua muka nyame tua muka enya ne pe na chimia abontensu ni na egu maame akosa sewa ware na busuafo se da bi ente sa abɔntensefo si da. Hello, Kasafri.
Yami Kasafri. Hello.
Who Kasafri?
Sorry. But you fetch me. My son is so.
Utriye. Sorry. Unsan is so. Uye de unsan e kwatonsa. Unsan e kwatonsa. Uwa untai so. Ede no nsa kwasiso. Eye den unse larba ba yifuoi sa na mutie o nyame ne fia muka no larba ba yifuo munsa se kwatonsa ono foi no so ono miti no oni twa asiri larba mpanche unse mu ya bayifuo nti mu beso a wahu mu busun na echichimo abayifuo efia busun na bechichimo entwen mu fia fi se prekodwom mu fia fi se prekodwom nipa bonifo asefo nipa bonifo mu ba no aso na mu bedi mu asem e wa asai emfoi mu nyanya se prekodwom o ka safra akua hello akua na akua so be msa akua so be msa akua.
Hey, Peter, Kapana, my request is I won't find it. And we are my big credit, so some it.
Was in I dream, so a Pia Susan low. Utria said, Minimo. Utria. Masabisuna, Wabashas, your crime, you say, Pashavis, your I will Jimmy making mens. Eh? I will Jimmy making mens, meaning Mr. Larban Punchway, more. Nyembe tuetue muka mu yemfui wasi morning Peter give me Peter name anabono den minti ase hello Kasafri
Peter I just say
yeah
mana kuja se wada wasi so wo kan okre nyame nhira wo onye okese wasi ye da wa ko so bia nyame nyema why na no kure de e ba ko pe ye nyina ye wa bro she e na fem e fi adwuma ba me de nsu e da bre e na fem ko night e na fem enye din e din papa se be ma ye o se ya e ya enti ye awen na ma nyina ye da ho ye ni da ho ko ye ni da ho papa
tanu wo be ma wo Ghana hwe ni ye
ye ni da ho
mosa wa de fufu ka da no kwaye
Peter bebre koso ha o ma me kusia de ese wa de na babon tie bi koso papa e be ma ni bi o ma o mo di o mo say o mo di o mo mu e de nam Ingroso.
Yes. Because again, Onyaba yes, Onyaba Kunabra Bomwa. Adrono no be kwa adroso no. Uti abuchire untimi nkwasa adrono so.
Sa.
So no what the adro ju kuna se kuna.
Mpa bona na ja. Ese yebo. Mpa na. Yes. Mpa na Peter, go for break. You can't crack it.
The more muti abuchire no. Na mu kunum ti Ghana to say ntwen no. Mu sansuo gu kantan mu. Mo amutete abuchire be hu na obabi wase ne kunu wa Ghana. No kunu wa Ghana ena onu ti abuchire na oya adwumaden na ba mani di ahyawofo etwe no so nya de o etwe omu di kura nyansa nya de ensa nya de na wo ti abuchire na wo bre e de bre ba mani wa Ghana wasore na wa fra phone so video call me de me do pa obo ya settings o di hwe kwasia ba bi na kwasia ba no hu se ne yiri wa buchire ntino no ba ne de bema na kwado se ne bema na dwin free ne so enti ene maami agoze tu maami agoze asa wa no uyo ba na unu uti abuchi no kunu wa Ghana ebe ya oni njai na asamfa na asam nyesa se maya na ba wa Ghana no awunfi hwe ne larba de ya maami agoze asa wa Sheni larbe de mama agusa sewa and then larbe jina we ko ne mama agusa sewa when na ye oba o hwe larbe o jina we ne hu fit sa panche o hwe larbe we o jina ho a ne hu fit sa panche o da dwam we o jina we hwe akola we a o jina ho a ne hu fit sa preko ye ton wo paka onu timi be hye eju bi kunu ese be ma na adwene ende owie wakofa ne maame ene ne papa be hye fie wo se onu be jaja pade akola we a wogiro no hu fi nte se Liberia ni akola wakam wo Russia tiwiase so kuniti abu Ghana na wo ya adwuma every 4 days no afra so ohia bibi kakra oboye settings wo di hwe kwasia ba bia no turum kankan na hello when I was we.
Good morning, Peter. Bibi Aboko.
Me we ya ho te se okasa free.
O me kasa free UK.
UK fo mu dɔɔso kasa ne yanko.
Yo, money adwuma pa Nyankopɔn hyira wo pa. O ma wunyini nche. Na me de kakra meka ne se, enti se body ne pa da be no mo de be ma yen. Body no da be pa no edi e pa ne kum papa no. Da be no mo de body ne so be ma yen. Ama sebi no. Ye hu ade pot ye kum papa no. Now say empo no so bi na kum na thank you so much paradise ya de na famra kwan so ti media de na mpese mi hu ano
Nyamisrawo anti o abuchire uti ba abuchire kunu wa Ghana na o de twani di ashawofo o de osika no e di ashawofo o di ashawofo o mutrum kankan nkohwifo ana omugu omunya adwuma because wanya bogabi e di ne sika owie no say di ne kwadwudwu so Mrs. Ghana fo mawe mu omunim ndro so chen bi akonfo na akasa kora omuti abosom so we hu se ma me ko se wa brema lumba no no di ne ko adro so enu ne se hwese ne osete mo hwa ase larba ase o hwa ase na lumba ne larba da na larba na ne twe ne eni kutire twe kura no difference be na wo o hwa larba tuo ya no wo twe se timi di no
larba twe ne kutire twe
nanso enye lumba nia mbanyifo to nyum enye mania o maami enye mania papa enye mania obi na di bibia ye mio me de ma ye nyina nyamania maami nyamania papa nyamania obi na di bibia ye me o hwe ni otuo ya hwe ni nua kura ogina na achi akunta kurugu larba we o hwe sa tam na no turum to kurokura esosen na ha mu I'm telling you say no se tuo ketekete se flani ni a ye kwa yi musuo e wa ne triso no trum to krokra so sin na ha mu enso ye den di akola wetumi wu nsia monhwe ni ye o na me de me se atenta aba ne ana abo no de me se senior larbe se tuwe me se senior larbe tuwe ya na anim fia te se kanya ni a ye de ne kwato prison me se na no tuto krokra so sin na ha mu nso ye se wa wu nsia na nsia ne nyintum die ne babam because yantimi enwo nwan na obi so abewu mpanchi afra yantimi enwo nwan na obi mekanche so owo apanchi afra e wosi yeri yeyi mpanchi kwama apanchi wura ne edi nwan no so kwama nwanfo nwanwura enti se ninti na atenta ba ni abre because anabu ninti koyi wa anabu no na koyi wa anabu no na wo muso sa ye lumba de so ma me ko sa be mpoma muso nkoyi omo so omo de as akona afo yes because yet me ma obi enye ni ngai no bi so say onu so ebe ye mpanchi wom ti se mpanchi nti ana wo atentaba wani abri bebrebe ana larba wa bre na larba wa bre uni larba na abre o uni larba na abre nti wo radio station o yeso adwuma no enu na wo se larba kokuje nyama me akosa se waja pade enu na wo se larba okokuje hello what report to me you akohwefo ni biaba what report to me first lady no wabaso wade ne ba mamenti opportunities wanya ni say opportunity
na aso
odi just odo ba mamenti what you say wa fa bronya ho wi nkukwa saa nkukwa ne basa
enfa say asibi okotena lumbe fie refia na asibi kotena lumbe fie ko di de ko wi mponche ko wi nkukọ na me de mete ha me de TikTok so keke na TikTok
me de oba me fia mampam lo ba wi o mampam
asibi kotena la leba ani lumba nje
obari de oba ono bari ya mo ba me fia me se mampam na me ba wi
ada mo na
papa wi o
mampam go na ga uni nkwane mponche wo ho na say me take ko
ngukwa na ya mafo ngukọ
sa wa wuni akukọ ni bi
minibi
ni awale imagine ho wuni ngukọ
me say wo dwuru ho a meye wadro ebe ho se wanka so do pant pra be sare fi Germany ade abre me
Peter, be careful at it.
Me say so be dwuru ho a meye wadro wanka se me ho na do pant amane se ya kwambra
wo de fa na me de mbana ma fa no no problem.
Afedi esa afero atiase. Wa gasa ka obeti
because me be dre na si bi ni la le ba de yelumba ni misro. Dre na si bi ni la le ba. E de yelumba ni misro. Me ba na no doctor o me ko to dwe me ha. Nti na me o doctor na me ntumi amasona na me o asie no.
I don't know yes over na.
Ya bi ko to dwe na ye me o me hwe ase nya hwe. Me na ba he yana. Me na ba. Ana anya me na ba. Da bia ma me hu bi no. O ye de ofri he.
Nya larba mpanche no.
Larba nkrofo ipa de. Chese larba nkrofo de o magimi o Peter. Larba nkrofo.
O me say o magimi che portrait nkokọ.
Wo mu ye mu papa. Mu ye de wa. Ye kom me nante ho me nko hoda Charlotte Miss Nadia ye nante hene wa petese hene ye nko feed atibile ye nko no hima lumba so man bi mu mapo no aho ye nko ye wo ye baby
Musumo dia moti yanka na mudi migase grigri na mabana mu bejimi mo. Ma jimi o. La le ba wan chere mu nyanza o. La le ba ni ayi ba ko de say. Ayi kwasi ampanyi ani odi api abontin e friends ni din no. Atinta ba.
Kasi la ba na dwun so ya kwala. La ba na dwun so wa ya kwala ketua. Ti woni nyansa. Yes, anything na nkofo use ni din dilim basika no.
Tina atinta ba nya sa opportunity na wo use no.
Wo use no.
Atinta ba obebede o. Atinta ba wo bebede wo wiase a wo ba ye. Wo ye nipa bone ni na wo. Wo na man wo atwa hwe wu. Wo bebra nkasa kwasa mpanyi ni be magimi fo atinta ba. Ene do anim kwasi aba wo. Ene ne nkrofo na akra so esi ni so Peter. Ne nkrofo no ko ye ba no. Ne nkrofo no. Omuso ye bad luck on say woman ma hey wasura yi wasase yi wo wakan sinsemu wo atintaba esura yi wasase yi onkrofo ne so ye bad luck omuso twon ho free la reba ho wona ko fa problem we nyina de ba ya amenne
o twon ho free la reba ho a and la reba so no evidence so say kuta atintaba no
hey you na le ba so problem
o de jaw mo onu la atenta ba ne kura larba information biya
hey ano mo so say Peter pick Miss Nadia why minua no Miss Nadia BJ Nadia ni yellow Miss
Nadia
minua no ba no what's back no
Massive no. Hey, massive for a dosso. Miss Rebel by a larbedia. Mimba warm na mo sama abusi afoni atampuri na
so papa bi. Menko amasi Peter. Menko amasi Peter. Maso papa
na. Masi wi na dia wan se de okaye no. Wasi na na squire ho.
Now say me post bibia, me post ma de bia na Peter like you. Share. Peter. Unyampo.
Wow.
Because no Peter have like him say, hey, Mercy.
Or see, Nadia. Now I hear that they were when I'm quiet.
They say me now fire when a Peter and Tiza with the man money your fire.
Money.
My dear. Now say ya say, eh, what say? But all say
my ancestor was your phone in the yes, I am a good show. And me,
hey, you're going to go and the body no profile. And just how I dear who Peter, you're proud of a show, cry, you're proud of a show.
Oh, you're miserable.
Yeah, never show that more. I want you to be one for.
Yeah. And my answer say, I'm only a bush of funny.
I am to really need
yes, it's like I want you to go out. Your body, if I see a capture, if I see a copy of move. If I see a forward, I fall be the Asiantia.
Wow.
By force, umpo. It's the end, Pesa line. David. Now, obviously, follow beyond the baby. Because you're young, quite the rough, you always say, Yaka.
Yeah. Well, see, now, I'm so funny, I beg you. When you appoint you, when you appoint Mampam Namo, Mampam, and you only say, what is
it? I'm fine with your Becca, why, natural.
Miss Nadia, bye bye.
Right,
Miss Nadia. Media, Mampam number Benjavi, Minya, Minya Coco, Onyam, and American, me say. Near me, why a Mampam nam?
Oh, Peter. And then you be now bear away fresh. She said, Gloria,
there, and one fed will be. And young Larabatu not to say Mampam tweet. And young Larabatu to say Dancham tweet. Roller were poor, roller were no for, roller him life. And it, and I'm assuming see me dog Gloria no.
Gloria, so my medinama. Hey, Peter, say, Obi Pamomio. Was me allow no flow, and any me allow to flow.
Hey,
Master
Nabasuno, Master Basuno.
Me met him. Hey, I see video Ghana.
Man, see me, Papa B.
Peter. Peter, see me now.
Massive Papa B. Massive say many D. First lady. First lady, no. And yes, we are very good. Hey, you can say, Obido Mamia was as a first lady. We are too much. One idea, we yina kuma mnini yim. Ninsuni nyina Mamia was as a wa. Ni bibia Mamia was as a unya mabi say. Unya mabi say, so sad, so beautiful. So very, very calm. Mo support na mo de mama mi we no mo mama me no sabi mo ama ne bira nya kwa still ano enkunimdie eguso ekwaso se atintaba larban ko ofuo na o mo internet ne so no o mo visa o mo no o mo information asin atintaba no oni Larbana, eye bibia wo fie ho. Enti mumu de mu ya nwan. Onu larbano, wonim boni oni atenta ba eye. Ndi sa mumu ti o se, atenta ba ntwe no firi larban ho a, mu de larba ko problem mu. Mu de larba, mu be pie larba to gatam. Ti de mpa ye bon se, atenta ba no, mu pame no. Ena mu say yes. Munim tia. Osa say no. Maame ko say we di nkunim. Odi nkunim ba. Osa say tanda no. Tanda na ties yo muso. Tanda no aties yo muso. Tanda na ties yo muso. Tinia ekoso no. Maame akosa se wanyankopon no wasase ewurawura ntokrum pick intelligent pick niema. Yes, maame no maka kire mo si maame no onya ni paketwa saawo u bedi na atam se wo yesabi wo ni pakeke tu bedi na atam a wo pe ba fashi utrim se tu mi bi di na chi nti wudi na tamoni tumi nanya tia no wa hweniye hye no so abusanya misra mo mi kwa afum betama so abon 952 mi kwa afum nti medum besi anyimre masa ba life mi kwa koya adwuma mi koya adwuma ebo beye 2:30 na ma ba fi ti bebo be 3-4 de na masamba so life se maka chem say platform maame akosa say wa platform minni asambia aka woso apart from maame akosa say wa na masa sun da ya hu na nadwei endi ase kura masa sun da ya hu maame na nadwei a wode ni nsa atumi so na me pa na chewa waji atum na andi kura na ase kura endi kura ase kura said your mammy no, near man who ever da ye mammy ma fan say. Sabi, when Yankupon by Viase, when Yankupon bonipa, the 2 meaning shrama nipa. Say nipa ne was so shranipa. In Yankupon kawa kuma, o nipa timi mua nipa. Nti ma fa maame se me maame preko pe ko me maame kurampo a wo me owuye me nsum da ye hu no na se maame we ma kasa tia no na ma wodi me boni a cheme na ma dwene le se won fa nche me wodi a cheme na se ma hu da ye mu so wodi a cheme a eye no kura trodo 100%. Cause want me maintain to so makaso Peter wodi a cheme. And so obey no wadi wadaye mu se wadi acheme ene eda ho no ntimi maame prekope ma fa ne se me maame se sei wo ye me maame prekope panyefo sa akokwa tiaba wonkumba na panyefo sa akroni gu na so a ye ntwa ntontwene na mo ye pipa na maame akosa se wa se wontimi ntwa ne nane ntontwene obepipa na nsuo so fa oba ne nkyese waja nsuo nom. That's incredible woman. Officer Dominic son nanso wodi ne tumi bayi ne ho adi a kire me daye mu se niema be kan biara atia ne biara onyankopon no ofum odi che no na me so ma afum no a wanyina so se ma afum atia ne na so wo twam atu agu nanso odi mboni be che me a wa bedaye mu ama ma hunu daye mu o amma mapana chomo wati ase ma bunkoto dwede misasi fom ama wose me nsware ordinance to so say wode acheme me ho atome problem bia ni wabium nti me maame eno no prekope nti mo ana mo dwene ho ena Peter die ndey onyankopon no akasa onyame akasa o onipa ben ena betimi achallenge no ano no omano mukase Peter die enfancha no masum da ya huma amle wose odi mboni acheme ano no problem dia ni babia bi nti nshranka mo enshranka ni odi no hatu Awurade so na hello Gastina. Hello, Gaston. Oh, Gaston Ampuma. Hey, any pabini. Nyamishra mo, entino. Nyamishra obibia, mame. Mame akwasa wa babi obi amichiao. Michiao no abushia nyina. Anyone na edi omo to o ma wo. Michiao bia. Any koi me ba ko ne mu no me ba maame akosa se wa bra bo mu no na nkofo bebre edi matem bu mabam yemfa nchaw ko yempew yase ne me di ne boni no ono angasa mpie makasai wose mi ankasa me eden me focus ne me pese me ye de support maame no ene ho adwuma ene se me ye enu adwuma na se me ntina ma focus a mayi ma dwuna to ba bi mintie antie a me komanim ti wa o feel say mbebo platform so aba kirikiri nsam mu no mini problem ni nyina mu ni yiye ne yehwehwe nya ne se yemu nti wo ma platform se me mra ma kirikiri nsam ne mu na o mo so o mo ntie na o mo nya bi ntie a ni nyina me no e ma me akosa se wa ntie a yes e ma me akosa se wa ntie a nti se me hu se wo support no na we invite me platform so se me mra ma kirikiri nsam wo mbeba osimpase ma me no wanya ne justice ba bia enipa hihya adwuma edia manu ahihya adwuma boni senke bedi ne nya ne nyina mu no ye wose chechirem na amafo ehu nkofo a ehye sumase a edi ne sa aburo no nya ni na nde audio CPP na ne beba kire kura de beji mu nsam ne beba kire no ebeji mu nsam mfanka ba bia nsuo nka mesi ne beba kire na ebeji mu nsam yes hello be maso abaso na o yesi yesi mi yiri wa ase yo no yesi mi yiri wa ase yesi mi yiri wa Mire wase. First lady, I do ba mame. Na first lady, o do ba mame ya. Enhihye bebreba. O dia beto manimu no. Enhihye no kura echen. Echen se kwa waro hima. Ohima Queen Elizabeth neba. Hey, First Lady. Me makacha mu se me yekua. Enti niema mu request no e dose dodo montete so. Musi mu penentwie. Me ni nantwie, me ye mponche. Eniema First Lady e request no. Ne ebeya ne se me de no akwa aduro so no makwachichire no. Oni party ne ho ase a wompe. Eni party ne ho ase a wompe. Munia mu ye mponchire kura bebo mo. Yes. Because kura na mudi ni ma me no. Eni nhihye ye a mudi ba no anu eden. Nti me hwe ne se me mponche na me wo. Anu ase me kwakwa chichire mu na mu nyina no. Ma ye mu te se ma chichire mu na ma ye free. Because me chichire na me ntwa wan sidi. Kwa wiase ote o ni party no ase a wompe. Seni ya mu ye no. Mu ye te sa se mu nya japade. Ani me chichire mu wan sidi kura me ntwa. Anu ase mu tiwa ne ma frem se ka kura mu yusu ni mu dem bed kura mu sa de be ka me ho. Wiase sa de party o ni pempa papa. Mu se mu ye na ntwie. Ana me se mi ni na ntwie mponche ana me wo ani mampam. Afedie mu request niema kase niema ya ne se majai na me de mu akwaduro so akwa mu aduro na ma be fa akura ne free mu amuma se di machi atoka akura sa amame na mu akasa mu dem mu bed ni mu condition di dem akasa mu betutu free dem o se mu ti mu asa mu mpe yes ti mu de mu pupu mu tomra maka kire mu mi maka kire mu ko niema mu request mi ntimi ti maka kire mu ende se mu ti mu asa na mu mpa ade mu kwa do so ma mutu ma fa akura no kwa mintwa wansidi na fei ha bom ha so abom. Hello
Bema
o what to say
o adumo na so what to say
me hu ye
e de nyame ase vita me she me fiti di wachi nyene o de me kira no tamana asem no se de na esi fli banana wo afa ba akono na ma yedi because na me pese me chiri ba chiri asem a chiri wona me nya wo kaseti ya na se me no won tema ye da yi because me uye ni pa bia wo da makoma so o de me che na me de nyame asese sisi no wan kase wo hunu mu no kle wo mu asem ni mu a de se no wan kase wa ye de wo tusu se o de se no wo ni nkofu na chi na wo ba be di e ma me se wa de echi ye de nyame ase pa Peter mum koswa na mum nye de mum ma me na chi dom because no ade o mode na efemu no ya pa wa me da wase
nyame slow. Hello,
good morning. Aiko
me jewso
aduma yama waduma yehu mu amo kasa se ya ema maami we ya na yehu de yenye but ya ye timi ntro no se ekojira obi platform so aye bejira ho sa ye timi ntro ntino omo mpeke ye nta
ya samo
ye timi ntro de omo timi mpeke ye na odi pa sa ho na odwuna adwene bone ma unua bone na odwene se nko unua no so na eba wa wo so che wo mu nim saa enti ya na ye bo se nkunimdie ba ya maame de na chese ya ma na ye nyina ye ni anda ho sese obi afenyansa na me de ya na futuo kakra mpese me de ma ye ma ne se wonu obe ma wo ho na kwan bi oda wo fa so no ma wo manhu de obe ma me kwan a oda wo fa so enye ne secret se wo mpese nkola ne behu de obe ma no ya ma because obe ma ne ye bibi papa ma wa o ka kire nkola no nti ade nti no ye obone dia o mpese obe ka kire nkola no nti wona obe ma wo ho no ye obibi a enya ade papa ma nkola ne hu na asem bi ba nkola ne hu de se wo moye nti media kakra me kan no nyame nhira onye okese se wo hu kure na wadi no kure chi nyame kan kakra me.
Amen. Apia say, how are you? Me hu ye. Was he yes, sister? Yes, any other canon. Yamin Shramo. Midim Messia. Anyimre. Yabasaba. Anyimre Basaba. Me platform say, my make conscious platform. It be na Juma. Ye di platform ne atoa mama me akosa sewa ti nyame nka mo wate nyame nka mo ne support yedamase papa se papa
Sambe Peter kwede mama yemfa we no monto aso wa
I was me pray madam be a din command the contribution come say mama
anya bro
after whatever they will send you the certificate even if not that now request for your transcript they will bring it to you which me straight away no send the bread me
sister almost back pay say 2 years and say over almost back pay union but can you imagine send your my camera ba na me say me ntia enti nyama bi wo ho a
we have to read. We have to read.
Na say na adia na kasa no mo mpese o mo beji because no mo ni say o mo de car na say
they have already made up their mind. Say, position.
Let me.
So or ruling on their behalf. Simple.
Patron, let me chip in here. Obeying one more tiago. Oh, this big document. The whole government authorities and the command. No way, that. Would they imagine so cry no person contest the waters, no winning crata. Now the crata be cock any more immigration. They can yourself our picture bustle, away bra, over quite movie. That is the faith need a strong way I had in Marcus Sewa. Because if it's fake, she wouldn't push it. Exactly. And we got that people who are pulling it down. The boom said,
on the Bruning call for to the German embassy, Germany, how many times? So many times, when the feedback said she's married.
Mr. Bempa, Pedewa. When you're doing such a so simple.
Mr. Nice, Uber ready certificate. Do Marcus Sawa de Quenacoma church room. I take say you have four types of different but we German version of marriage certificate. But also international version of marriage certificate.
Amabi, Jansen, who chocho was here on what it.
Amabi, there were bonsa,
because why you are not ready to learn.
I don't know. Oh, and mama dream hasa.
May say, my friend be not many and say an certificate. I think that the co-education office BBA so your firm. The friend certificate in right original certificate be from the BEC to that time degree in right and okay UCC so months me man different certificate but man made them share the mad but man different a year be replace certificate na baby or apply school I think the Canada or say UK move back or they are no or submit no and a woman offer no it's I'm thinking and asking say definitely school na baby or apply school no contact UCC and BB find out say certificate near genuine and I say be I and ya issue with your man and BB and me what be empower by the national and them no me no the question and say the question is say quite no some more do be asem not the first of all or the fake certificate about some of it to me actually panatum so the fake certificate about if say you fake so now also doubt here and then it see court in the coin so one can say yes and she munuko who say certificate near original na bibi. Ah, ma to ma me to public a year. Nkrofo trade through that certificate no.
Nana usu omu beka say na no amuntina.
AGH. Esa go me ba. AGH. Oh, I need sir 5 amendments no we need because Facebook dey no and list 5 ni na mama. So will be a me say Bempa
Nice.
So will be me boy.
Yeah, me boy.
Send them my WhatsApp badge.
I say email. Means
okay, I'm sending an email man for him.
Okay, first.
Maybe send one and maybe one swat. I think for sending an email and no better, but because ARG, your brother always here have sent me back. Me say no, I haven't also make time.
Sir, cooking me patch on my me submission answer.
No problem.
Sir, a chrome hana yet no. Sir, me original copy of certificate naira. Me request here. Yeah, for original never bring me here. Yeah, the transcript. Sorry. Yeah, the friend is say first one no. And yeah, the amount. And no, your true certified copy from recognized body. I assign any the amount. It may be no qua. It doesn't mean say a fake. Ghana phobia drinking no more the down my drinking no person be change, you know. They must change. O my drinking say yensuya. The day drinking no one at the Adam the actress here me can no one ye beka into the mocha be a ente. The patch on what the maker. Maybe I show you some cast. Don't person more cana no more can. It is a me certificate here. No ma call government body ho. Near trivia mame. Na me dia ba. How fake is that? It's not fake. Minya original na de mame no enfamero. E na me call de no what yakonya so sign mame tama me call no original no. E bia me call no kwa wawu. Nipa foforo na sign different person. It's two different things.
Madu Pofo, do you think say they don't know? Omunimo.
Why are they stressing us?
Omunim. Yes, omunim. They can in no munin no yawe. Just the banasa.
They am me yakasiani so more yes, I natia brochro.
Nasa Bempa on Chabruchiri.
Auntie Bacho, before say Obe to us no, Auntie. Before say Obe proceeding, let me put something in your head so that how there are some of them who are a Juma. It is something that they are doing. It is something they've been doing. Poison tone. So I'm no. And don't bother yourself that some people don't want to understand. You just speak your truth and keep speaking your truth. Or many will go say, now be to say Bempa, and Damam, and Daudobuni, Tubeti, or Baby Gina platform is no. Me pony tutu, Saboy.
I am motion the voice and so because Odobuni really obesity.
Sunny, they free baby daddy. Yana who say. Or the same person. What means the son home?
No, it's not easy. What you go to open crata, bra, what near Yama, Bema, Benyabi. Wouldn't not cause it die. No bitty ganos, my 6, my 7. How dare you? No, was 7. Maybe I mean, Conquer was 7 coming, maybe the animal. Yeah, better me, my Japan, me sweat, yeah, better my own, ma. Oh, Castle being Tiase, when you are talking, it gets to a stage and now we get emotional. It also mute you.
I think that I think many in Ankasa, many in Ankasa, the actual, and she may not be ready. My yeah, she says, okay. Affidavits in support. I am Ampon Ajaman Pempe of the
nice. Nice to go. So over time when you now over break because it does. So what you need to do is that read the grounds of appeal instead. Because the affidavit of support now it's just so scroll down a bit, you will see the real grounds. Okay. I don't know.
Okay, grounds of appeal, which is 1, 2, 3, and then particular of errors, all right?
Nice. Yes, so maybe I'll be
Yes. The grounds of appeal and the particulars of errors.
Okay, right. Okay, so grounds of appeals. So I'll say additional grounds of appeals. The judge is against the weight of evidence adduced at trial. 2, the court erred when it held the foreign law as a question of fact can only be proven by calling an expert witness. 3, the court erred when it rejected Exhibit B1C upon consideration of Section 5 and 161 Section 3 of the Evidence Decree 1975 NRCD 323, thereby leading to its fatal presumption that Ghana ordinance marriage was the same as the German civil marriage. Okay, for instance, idea okay. Who says already court verdict in Ankasa? Already paragraph 99, paragraph 100, which OB team they love it so much, right? And Oyusu Brimpoman Masen, without doing any verification or no prejudging said, Ghana certificate any German getting because Brimpomansi when we say the public signing marriage certificate. And he said, Kofa Edinburgh, very Tenembrana, Yabo economy too. And I'm reading the Iriani Apapem. Okay,
Technicalities.
Okay. So, so, already paragraph 19. Already paragraph 99. I'll say the plaintiff witness Ernestina Fusua, under paragraph 8 of her own evidence of chief, averred that she was present when the plaintiff and the deceased married under a German civil law. During cross-examination, she answered that she saw when the late Daddy Lumba and the plaintiff signed a marriage certificate. She asseverated that, I said, did you see the plaintiff and Daddy Lumba sign a marriage certificate? She said, yes, I was there. I said, per paragraph 8 of your own witness statement, you claim that the only person who witnessed the marriage certificates was Georgina, not you. And then she answered, Daddy Lumba, my brother, took myself and one lady called Georgina to Germany on the same day, so we were living with them in Germany. Okay. Afeoko 100. And now, so you agree with me that your brother and the plaintiff signed a marriage certificate? And I'll say once they were married, they will sign a marriage certificate. Okay. 100. I'll say the answer provided by PW1, which is Ernestina Fosu, are clear that the marriage certificate must have the signature of the couples, and if not, one more reason an expert witness should have been brought by the plaintiff to speak to the prominent features of the valid marriage certificate from Germany. Then I look at the Exhibit 0 series is supposed to be Daddy Lumba and the plaintiff signing a document. If the evidence is true, then the marriage certificate bearing signatures of the party should have been submitted or tendered in evidence. In alternative, The absence of such signatures on the marriage certificate from Germany should have been affirmed by an expert. Okay, now 101. Marriage certificate has signatures of both. Ghana marriage certificate has both signatures of couples and the signatures of their witness. If the court is presuming, keyword is presuming. If the court is presuming German law to be the same as Ghana law, then same should be seen unless rebutted, which was not done in the instance case. In that respect, the marriage certificate should have signatures of both parties contracting the marriage. However, there are no signatures of the plaintiff or the deceased on the Exhibit B as presented. Hence, what is presented to the court cannot be the marriage certificate. It has already been said that what was presented is an extract or a record of registry in German without any explanation. And I'll say, it is more reason that the document should have been authenticated and signature identified and certified required by the NRC 323. Then over number 102, I'll say, the same document seen attached to Exhibit C, the letter allegedly written from German embassy. The last paragraph of the Exhibit C says the attached find a copy of the said marriage certificate is a certificate for your perusal. The document attached to Exhibit C is supposed to be the same document as Exhibit B, but it has different signature and date. The document is signed by J. Stein.
Mr. Nice,
Yeah. Okay. Then me person 103 now excesso, right? Or no case or say expected by we no, right? Or no one judge the case.
Mr. Nice, me pacha, why na all be church ase no? Why not say, oh yeah, no what church ase why? Okay, me can say ben panki e be pon platform.
First one I was okay no. Or Mr. Knight, no account about marriage certificate in said Brempoma said, who said, Omuni, no air sign. And you know, so Omuni no sign there. It needs signature in me marriage certificate in this one. A yellow crate in this one. Germany ha, Mimo Germany ha. Our no, who sign marriage certificate near the Bemao. Only the standard something signature and also. The BPA Obeko, I just say, Bia, Oko Busa say, open documented signature. And no, and yeah, it's like, and yeah, he said, compulsory say, documented signature, no, Yebeko Koi near the amount, Sase. The marriage certificate in Kutano, and was saying, Ghana, Wariano, and they had Yano, and your pedia. That means I said, Kawinusinya, Dobway, Ghana, Diano, Mr. Nice, Ghana marriage certificate, one who said your city. Also, no, and the different colors, and here, Germany and white. Germany, Diano, and Tessa, and just one paper.
Lady give me Pachoman and Cassandra. Yes, I did it. Sorry.
What do you mean? Say the same marriage certificate in the say Omunya. Debbie. What do you mean, Canisa? Because German form system of Omuyam documentary, our BPM, Ghana Fonso, our the same system, but address marriage in India. It doesn't mean say the certificate have to be the same. No, the Ghana no, Sauka, and the Argentina, Sagana no, Samari certificate no, Ukotiaka, Unkotian euros, no Tiani cities. Now, how should you know Ukojina so be the difference, no, Sana at here, Pentinja Pedra, into your only dear.
Sir Kofi, let me clarify something here. So the judge is not saying, sir, I will say the judge is saying, sir, in the absence of any explanation to a document, I, the judge, I am an expert in Ghanaian law. And so I will presume that what you put before me is the same as Ghanaian law. If you don't say, how
can a judge say that? Are you serious? Are you serious? How can a judge say that?
Baby daddy, in all
are you
fairness,
for real?
Nice.
Are you for real?
Just,
are you for real? Can the judge even say that? Are you serious? We are lovers. Yeah, the law. No, we love the law. Don't come and stand here and say that.
Nice, thanks. Okay, so again, nice. I'm just here. It's better we all share different perspectives. And I'm here. Some people say, why are you always here? I'm always here because I want to hear the different perspective of some conversation. And I like it the way Sir Kofi is explaining it. I get to understand, okay, this is how Sir Kofi thinks about it. I also share mine. Say, just okay, maybe I do a bad part in here. So just share idea. The judge is saying, Ghanaian judges are experts in Ghanaian law. They cannot, there are almost 52 countries only in Africa. So can't be experts in every law. Then they never stop learning. So what they do is that they are experts in Ghanaian law. It's or say, so be the document back ever to the that's a marriage certificate. That's a nipa na church anymore. Okay, so this is a marriage certificate from Germany. Germany marriage certificate, you know, nipa ba ko na sign it, and I say nipa me sign it, and I one church anymore. Judge didn't say the law says the judge should presume it's a Ghana dear.
Bempa, Judge Okekano, what was the letter from the embassy stating? What else did they need?
I have not even got to the letter.
Wait, call us a platform, no, I didn't say it. I can't believe a letter from the embassy. So what are you talking about?
Mami too be a crowd. I'm saying, Mama,
you say, obeying paper and penna, no actually at all. We in the Casana or Cana, na why they will be some questions. I got some more questions. Yeah, me wasn't me facing Bisan. Na many dana me taste or can't see me, and I'm ati tea. But your twasso.
Well, that's so. The law says, and I'm trying to find it. If I'm working, but I'm trying to just pause briefly and just pull up the law, right? The law says, if you put a document before any Ghanaian court, and you that is coming from a foreign country, and again, I'm just talking about the marriage certificate here. So the marriage certificate ever to and I say any other any other certificate to any Ghanaian portal. Except say you explain to the judge, oh judge, this document is coming from Pakistan. Pakistan document original stamp with the bomb. Say you say nipa to assign here, I just say a almost free a Pakistan Ministry of Defense. You just have to explain to the judge so that the judge understands, okay, this side works in Pakistan. But in the absence of that, so the document from Pakistan back. Now the better judge and he say, judge, this is a marriage certificate from Pakistan. Now judge no na a imam of Pakistan assign amount. I'll assign this document in this one. The judge is not an expert in Pakistan law. It's what the judge will say is okay. Why explain it to me? So let me just the law presumes the judge must presume say that law in Pakistan is the same as a law in Ghana. And so or the Ghana brand the beshe so. It's after no beshe say okay Ghana brand say na marriage certificate is here. Or beshe say okay Ghana brand marriage certificate nipa me na sign. na omo witnesses nso assign it. My me fan share Pakistan the insanity. Obesha so Pakistan the insanity. So under the Ghanaian law, the judge must reject this document because it does not meet the standard of Ghana, and you did not explain to the judge. This is what Mr. Nice read in what the judge was saying. Thank you very much.
Mama responded to that anyway. When we say reasoning of the judge, 40. So, sir.
No, it's by law.
40 reasoning.
It's by law.
And yeah, it's just like a hideout to like avoid certain like reality. In the first place, who's supposed to like discredit that supposed evidence? Is it a judge or those defense lawyers?
The questions are the money.
Oh, who's supposed to discredit? Who's supposed to discredit that supposed evidence? Is it the judge or the defense lawyers?
So you see, no. So the judge can discredit it, and the defense can also discredit it.
But you know. Okay, let's go back.
The defense
do you know that on the 17th of October or so, judge accepted this supposed document, abra objection or accepted that same document. Are you aware of that?
So yes, I'm aware of that.
So why don't you allow the proof to discredit like the said document? It has been formally laid before the court. Why don't you allow the defense lawyers to discredit that supposed evidence?
You are absolutely right.
Judge, you are entering into a realm of litigation. A year ruling our money earlier. You are now coming back to discredit the same ruling now. You are vacating from an earlier position. I will state here.
See, here is the thing. Let's understand, sir. When they were tendering in that document, the defense objected to it. In fact,
the judge overruled that.
Yes. No, hold on. No. Because it is
you know what objection means in court. So you know how objection, you know how it means in court.
I get you. Because you see, the judge said the defense objected to the document. And pointed out.
Let's make something clear.
Kwasi, please, can I say one thing?
1 second, Patrick. 1 second. Big Daddy said, Obi raising objection. There's two things. They say overruled or sustained. And he say a sustainer. What does that mean? Yeah, objectia. What does that mean?
Okay, so nice. There is conditional admissibility in court, right? And if you read what has been said in the judgment, the judge says, okay, I will admit this document, but go back and follow certain process so that the case continues. Do you understand? So the case is a case in a coso, but one more condition is okay. Monfa document in bra, but monfa evidence at in a monfa braba. That's even though
she wouldn't have made the ruling. She shouldn't have made the ruling.
They came back. They came back.
Shouldn't have made the ruling. I'm telling you.
Baby daddy, again.
Who was asking the judge to rush to make the ruling?
Ye educative no team. We forget it team. Me pesi ye team komo. Me the document about the two of them, right? And Akura say document we and ye own a war final say, yeah. That means say before I will be me document not to that means Akura atias yes say me say document ne okay tina me gia to unim say what you say
I'm anti doctor please
me see say me no me ni Akura ya ba court yeah una we judge and me the document bi aba and Akura say document na me the aba no enye papa and na wo ka kire Akura say papa me ma just document na dey atum because say Akura raises objection no say na enye papa say nka wonji ntuma na me boana ka be ka say yes enye no kura me boa
Exactly.
Nice.
No,
Nice.
no, I couldn't answer me. Maybe that just another.
Nice. What
No,
happened?
answer me yes or no, near twice. It's a very simple question.
No, nice. No. Huh? That's not how it works. No, I will not.
I
I will not. But here. Oh, come on, me.
Hey, what did we call? Now a fake document and now whatever. And now says somebody way qua. Not you really more be any consequence in the straight away, no. Smart temper with justice and I'm a war.
Ma Adolf at a Dubofo. Okay, sorry, Ma Adubofo. You know what? This is the thing that we do. Sorry, let me interject. So, but this is the thing that
Mr. Nice or Mammy
No. You see, where we stand, no, and I'm always they think say they are ahead. You see, as some no can they be I say I didn't tonight, yeah, because your friend is simple. Or the buy now it was not what can't young friend is saying. Young fan of contempt or something.
Money answer me question, ma Mr. Ampon, answer me some question, no.
Mr. Bempa. Mr. Bempa say, side na a free ban. They are giving the reason, and then we are here say
reason. We don't need that reason because they are feeding us with bad ass.
No,
we don't need
baby daddy, no, I'm changing why Bempa no.
I know.
He's still in there.
Mommy, why are we buying?
Oh, sister, special. My are not buying it.
Oh, point to be a Michelle, you're trotting it down. You're not going to buy. I didn't come reading through baby. You're reading through baby until the Michelle Obia Mutu Hona, Yentua and Common so. Because question number beside the baby daddy, no one summer. A very simple question. Now, baby daddy said, what is that? At the end of the bar. As I'm common any day. So him say me mention say nipa me no the adiaba. Una or judge. And then one thing also what he say judge doesn't work alone on his own or more investigations mano. Ehwehwe document me or law clerk ne court clerk ne sanko following you now. Right? And no one named German law no. Ne clerk kwa betimi agugu say German certificate mpo say ne city. Judge no ko okofie nko no nka say betimi agugu say German certificate no kwa say ne city. What you say? It is a excuse now person what they show say or did to money to ka say mo still am fan ko fa bibi no. The time now what admit say document ni your papa no. Won't mean go back and say make say purported
Mr. Nice. Now what about the letter from the embassy?
Can I explain? No.
Mr. Nice. What about the letter from the embassy? Now we are
Mr. Nice, maybe something can say. I'm not saying that. You see, when a judge admits something in evidence, let's understand. And nothing that some of the things it went uncontested. Some of the documents that were traded in evidence, the pictures, the Mama Kusha Sawais, all the documents, the posters, they went uncontested, right? But the point is that there were some of them that were contested. A typical example is the certificate. It went contested, and the judge says, okay, even though both parties are contesting, I will admit this, but lawyer Kusi, go through these processes and then bring me a new copy, right? And here it is an act of good faith. And if you know in court, good faith, it happens between all the parties. So, okay, may G document you too, but in the next 5 days or next 4 days, bring me another copy of this. Let me read it to you.
Thank you, my brothers.
Let me read it to you.
I don't know if it is not in the judgment, but I remember. Said judge some days.
How? This objection had been raised during the hearing of the application for the interlocutory injunction on 28 October 2025. The court rejected.
Momani read the moment in case more.
Mr. Nice, why can't we drop this person? Why is he wasting our time?
I remember Pastor where dear judge no more sometime say cover information be embeka certificate. No, I remember this into the man kind no kind with a home quite. I remember
nice paragraph 18 to go to my kind and that's all persuaded because this one. I want us to look at the appeal. It's in paragraph 88. Judge no more time from the 28th of October 2025.
I'll say the tendering of the this marriage certificate was objected by the learned counsel for the defendant. For the defendant.
Baby daddy, you see me drop you to me drop you. Why?
Why is you dropping me?
You see me drop you.
Oh, don't drop him.
I'll drop him. In pet. I don't
because he's wasting our time.
See, Obi platform. So when you are there, no.
You guys have
Mr. Nice, me person me can't send back, Mr. The lawyer said, judge, yeah, assumptions there, which I don't think they assumed anything. I think it was intentional.
Yeah, very intentional.
Can I also assume and say, if they objected to something in court and the judge overruled that objection, but later on wrote and I said stood by that objection, now we're overruling in his, your friend is saying, the Tron and in his final statements, your friend is saying, oh, somebody should help me here.
Verdict.
In her verdict, thank you. If she overruled something but decided to write on that thing, can we assume saying she took sides?
Of course.
Or overruling a deal. Something was objected, and she overruled it. And later on, she decided to write on it. Once her verdict. Mr. Mama Bobo.
Okay. All right. First of all, paragraph now, baby daddy. Now, you're dropping anyway. But I had some paragraph. No one can pointed out. No, clearly makes it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So let's read paragraph 88.
When I request a drop,
see you say dropping a man.
See you or try no comment section one as I say.
Yeah. Also drop it down, dropping a man.
There's 88 now. See me here reading. I'm going to your kind. I'll say
see you in the trust and Mr. Nice, me sorry.
Mr. Nice,
Me pacho me drop near my dropping and near inquiry anymore. Pacho brapping in Mr. Ian dropping.
Maybe some could your mommy read it and to 88 years here reading. I said the tendering of the marriage certificate was objected by the learned counsel for the defendant. The objection had been raised during the hearing of application in the interlocutory injunction on 28th of October 2025. The court rejected the documents and advised the counsel for the plaintiff to ensure that they comply with the requirement under the Evidence Act. It is therefore a surprise that the plaintiff did not comply with the requirement nearly a month later. Okay.
Mr. Nice, one say, I have no judge in the kind.
Court to say, he rejected the evidence. What's you? Remember, first, October case, which was the injunction, Namame Epeno, also or rejected. Yeah? So there was two separate cases, which you really was the name 2 in 1. Yeah? You really injunction need you and a bar marriage, legal marriage need right? But legal marriage need who accepting the same evidence now, who rejecting injunction. Does that make sense? Lady, what I didn't say?
Motiminka.
But Mr. Nines, me say me can be before all the so Matthias. Initial stage now. No, I am ready, say, obedi asem no pepe. Inti a chire na asem common call so dem no.
Yes.
And a man o change na adwene.
Yes.
If not, I think at beginning no na kwa na adwene say ko be saboni na. And ko be rejected. Ko accept. It you accept him because say ade no un peneso a ade na wo accept. And then this is in faso na common na mukodi ye no faso bi amaso. Say na ye betena se o chena say na wonnim say certificate ni nye good and authentic. And na here be ni here say moko so di asem na say sika ne bre and di asem na no na dwum say o ya asem say so ye memne den ni kwanhwani a o hwe Nyankopon kwan enti ne ko di nyame ekwan so ye adwuma no and e kire enkomo ba so say oh ye betimi ye ba power ye betimi your Supreme Court judge ni sa na ma na e ma na dwene se san ye media say na me meti ase okay me wie me hono
okay
Mr. Nice na so men come media wa ha
you
from the whole kind you know me no cry the most of us are change so me the paper call quarter me duty as say ya 7 men is to provide the document. Not for me now, what me abano said to provide say authentic and as authentic. So court need free say authentic. The court has to prove me wrong. Because people be at the court to be a wronger. What we see court in the time? What we see taxpayers' money. And you'll be jailed for it. And other no fee say some no more can in your way. It's the duty of that country, no, to verify said you be buy no a right and as a wrong. I'm talking out of emotion, but me near them because Meti Abroche, it has happened to me. I did not go to the extent of proving. Maybe the documents no coin me jano. They prove it for me to say it's right.
Your friend is a mad before I get you. There be a ye drew her na ya beka kwem legal wise. Sure. See or say in this case, who say and no matter that mete lawyer kusi inter be on here you koye guy that's no. See mama no or you should tell me technicalities no the real. And then yeah per se is on the normal basis. On the normal basis in the fan is side be eti maame no o stay here
me patrol train I go see me patrol drop me never Bentley why
or yeah and you might be brave or the closest be break be back case ni and na a BT a friend say warm and then at the technicalities yeah and yeah jina ha na ye ho say like fact. But what is the final way now, Bekano? And the lawyer could see, say, of all these things that she said, no, the judgment, no, my was everything that said a proof when you say, no, lawyer could see more Eddie and Yema, like the final thing that could have settled this, no, was the letter from the embassy, no. What you say? So I had to say, and now me person car. Your friend said, Bempa, it's not much them. Yes, I did your mama, you say, Yanti or Master Nasio. No. Yet your master nasi, or master no more can yet see, I or more munima dear or montias there be or more basso no more become. On good fast nanny David debater. Who said what caught trap with him who I kept? But there be almost
okay to my sister. So do you think say Mr. Bempa or baby daddy or new your can you know?
Only your walk out, but or
that make can't your walk out, your walk out. Do you think say when you your walk out?
Only more. Onimpa na washeda enti make say last time menene your argument bi no waka enti who do have to do on one want some be kan no menene hu so obo enti fi na ko oba enti da bi oba me de asem na bo no oti ase o kan all the asem na bo no all the time enti oba fe don timi nka bi Sana mpese ye omo. Eti omo ba wo de mo nkwa wo so bia na waka. Na asem adu na wo de abono. Hana na obeka say
o am ka to beko ba bia koka. Because only dia oje, omuni dia omo.
Eti no mama na ye. If I make catch us last time obeka say your friend is saying, oh, the new fiction, if it was this platform and also be no, can't say baby. That time they were debating about Lumber's estate being used to your friends leverage.
Forget about these people. Man, form on number. I say, let's focus on what you want to do. Or more argument.
Okay, so let me read the errors.
Errors. What do you read the errors? What do you read the errors? And start to read.
Because when you have a semi drop on and then we come buntem na me come one a you could say. So coffee so me say me buy no and share me come boy na me person me kwenya no under was why said they happy no oje me and you know because you get my drop me to say why sort of make them do say because he other mommy
auntie.
Okay. Mr. Nice reading my.
All right.
Particulars
of errors. Save for a brief moment of courtroom inspection, unchallenged evidence of Ms. Obiman's feedback. Unchallenged evidence of the court proceedings showed that no reasonable opportunity was given to the defendant to investigate the authenticity of the aforementioned exhibit due to the court's haste to meet a trial timeline. That's A. B. Questionably, the court, having deprived the defendant's reasonable opportunity to investigate the authenticity of the said exhibits, fatally endorsed and overly relied on the erroneous argument by counsel for the defendant, thereby resulting in erroneous conclusion by the court. C. That if reasonable opportunity had given to the parties to investigate the authenticity of the said exhibits, the trial court would have ordered the said exhibit to be treated presumptively authentic and would not have come to an erroneous conclusion and finding it arrived at
okay. Mr. Nice, the what kind of defendant? I don't know if this defendant in question the other defendant.
The defendant is Odoboni's lawyers.
Okay, so in this case, the women person on training say, more objected to certificates, no, they were not subjected to. I mean, to explain. Let me say explain why. More objected to. And I just no person on training.
No, Mami read him out.
Go over again. Let's see.
Mami read him out.
Understand?
Okay, you're ready point by point. As it save a brief moment of the courtroom inspection, unchallenged evidence of the court proceedings showed that no reasonable opportunity was given to the defendants to investigate the authenticity of the aforementioned exhibit due to the court's haste to meet trial timeline. That's the first one. So we bet me actually
So I think that what they are trying to say is that assembly course no, even though Odobroni Crawford objected no, they were never challenged, and also no, whoever opposed, whoever alleges the kind of saying
must prove
no, statements they yeah. Mona mo pose ye no kwana na wo se nka ye mamomre na nka mona mo sie se ye certificate no enye authentic enye ye be mamomre na mo nkonko hwehwem na mo be che ye genti a mo se ye certificate no enye authentic, but they feel like all those things were never challenged, and also omo pose ye no and it goes back to omo opposing and as a judge, no, a man. She made things American university. She made things slide. That's how we are seeing it.
Okay. Tell me so. 1 minute. 1 minute. Na yeah.
There's many questions, but Hano, this is where I come in there. So if I really want to pull you down and take you down now, what is certificate about? I've objected it. I will prove say wrong. It why say statement no was a verdict no. They will not investigate. They should have done that. Because
one judge, don't say evidence act, no.
It's not the judge in here. It's the opponent.
Judge, to say that we or train, judge in a trade judgment, or who mama to straight first and second.
Yes.
Third one consider, and one of the arguments on where they say, or more objective, the other defense counsel no objective to document. But Obi raise your objection, it's up to the also sustaining objection. You have to maybe discredit that particular evidence now when they're about court. Was there an instance like that in court?
No, but afterwards you can raise an allegation. Now be holding on because some me no wasem, na me no court issues court me no asama ye can hide din komo yo. If I bring you down to maybe challenge you, it's me challenge you. No,
you are saying the same thing. What I'm saying is the same thing you are saying, but in different form.
Yes, I'll make sure that I pull you down. And you're judging the issue, and the other opponent, no, they didn't challenge it.
So what Mr. Nice read, is what the new lawyer for Mama Kosha amendment, appeal amendment, and on already this appointment. Say, even though you authenticate document, but corroborative evidence shows there indeed there is a marriage between the two. Now, the certificate number, you authenticate here, but the other side a chance to discredit that document. Was that an instance in the court? It hardly happened in court. So, you have more opportunity to discredit that particular document. Lawyer for the plaintiff lawyer will be so like find the need to
okay, I can say. So it's a country I'm living in and you living on. No? So if this happens in our country, because straight away, may the fake marriage certificate in the court, a sham married, I can be down in prison for 10 years.
All right.
Mommy, please, can I say something?
No, me pa choma me lia kwesi you ha.
Judge
one question.
Marriage certificate
people know what they are saying. We need to clarify it to them for them to get the
I get the point, but that was not from the court. That is those on the streets.
Mr. Nice,
let's make this argument about, let's peruse the document. I'm not here for more discussion on more platform, and it's up to them. I don't care about what you do in their platform. Yeah, opportunity. We are going to dissect it. What you say, and then the account
Judge never said the marriage certificate is fake. No. I don't want us to be using that word as if it happened in the courtroom. Okay. That did not happen. Okay. Judge, was saying, or more time, they should bring more evidence, and that's what.
What more evidence?
She told even like himself said it. Embassy, authenticated this. Embassy, or friend embassy, German embassy. Almost say they don't have the capacity.
But Mama,
so it was upon the judge to do that research.
Yeah, long process, no.
Unim baby, Lady G, judge Unim Ghana justice system, no, adversarial and inquisitorial. Adversarial, say. So adversarial, what do I say? Nippon, you never call court. Now we are can ask him. Judge need to there be running that no they at all. Other jurisdictions, court and investigation, no man arrive at a decision. What I say. But in this case, no, the document about court. The document in about court, no. The other defense no. More objective to document, no. And a judge, no, allow document, no, to go through. Man go through, yeah. Okay, now burden of proof now also prove say indeed document now allow no to no. Oh, person will discredit no. Oh, person will say any authentic no. Oh, now also show say I didn't hear authentic.
Somebody war me. The person is landing.
You are not like you are not a defense at the same time like a judge.
Mami boss our platform where YouTube and so Amsterdam TV. We are live. So you are live on YouTube. So we are subscribing to that channel.
I'm reading twice.
So we need to man no you cannot keep interjecting.
That is what I don't understand. People should learn to keep mute. No, reading every yeah, internet more different platform. Say, jandam no because you won't see people coming. Until Mr. Ray, just read it for us.
Yeah. So, all right, Lady G, let me continue. So, B or C, questionably, the court having deprived the defendant reasonable opportunity to investigate the authenticity of the exhibits, fatally endorsed and overruled, relied on enormous argument by the counsels for the defendants, thereby resulting in erroneous conclusion by the court. That is B. C, or say that if reasonable opportunity had been given to the parties to investigate the authenticity of the said exhibit, the trial court would have ordered the said exhibit to be treated presumptively authentic and would not have come to the erroneous conclusion by finding it arrived at. That is C. Semin fancy one na mumbe pape mo na se mo okay so a na mento so.
Yeah, comment or say you Mr. Nice reading.
Oh, David, you're reading and one me any comment or.
Okay. All right. Number 4. I'll say the learned judge misdirected herself in law by treating the plaintiff inability to authenticate her German marriage certificate as a choice within her control. But I want to say clear mamo. Okay, let's just say clear. All right. Particulars of misdirection. The court directed plaintiff counsel to have the said German certificate to be authenticated without giving reasonable time for Ghana Embassy in Germany to execute the certification of genuinity of the signature on the said certificate. B. Hence, by so doing, the court expected counsels for the plaintiff to compel the German embassy in Germany to expedite its own administrative bureaucracy proceeding in the authentication process outlined under Section 161 of the Evidence Decree in 1975, the NRCD. Or say, B no me pese me am chire mo twe ho de me tiase o twi ye pa. O say court no afa pese o chire plaintiff ni lawyers ne say mo se Ghana embassy na wo. Plaintiff ni lawyers ne say mo se Ghana embassy na wo. Plaintiff ni lawyers ne say mo se Ghana embassy na wo.
Have you made a feedback big time?
No. Now, okay. I see,
o na ko obeso o she lawyer Kusimu say lawyer Kusimu nko kire Ghana embassy for how also musi yo madwuma o say me the idea na ba ye nkentem na sa fa breme wa bra Ghana embassy there what Germany no more administrative and how they do their things no court no say lawyers in the court no how also mo yo madwuma say na mo person mo kire wo ho I say see that a fair-minded court upon issuing such directive under section 161 of the evidence decree 1975 would have ordinarily waited for the said authentication signatures to the marriage certificate to be ready amidst the court's attention drawn to the hardship in the authentication process by the counsel for the plaintiff. That is C. By so doing, a fair-minded court would have invoked its inherent jurisdiction to clarify the authenticity of the marriage certificate by calling its own expert witness to assist her before racing to give judgment whilst the very document certified certificate is demanded was not ready. Or say, it was that time, court or your fair-minded court, would have called an expert because say time frame now, your dear plaintiff say unfound authenticated document, say now court episode or your fair to judgment now say plaintiff didn't defendant the court could have called an expert obi no onim ho nimdie no na ka court no betimi aye investigation ama obi ababa be chirem ama ye hu say ade we no eye no ko ana say nye no kre and I mentioned say court no or clerk betimi akọ internet say Google say the marriage certificate say in the city e ya na your two signatures also you will say also saying those kind of things the court could have done that.
That's some me kan o se Ghana court ye de and no na kolendi for ken.
And
Mr. Mike, Christmas family and told you, and so they may kind no months with it. One can be sued, is baby okay. Because and young men, I made me document about me, also me prove say wrong and I correct. A court no. And I said, Crobia also be no.
That's not true.
Then you're writer. The only person that can order embassy Okronisono a court
is a court.
Ghana man. What is not true?
Me pacho Mr. Nice. My main person we were ha. Na ye bisa say what is the burden on the court? No. Court no. And say enye true. The complaint was coming from your friend is saying defendants no.
But we are not saying this true or not. We are not saying this true or not.
Mani it's in a first adena no say burden of proof no then lies on your friend is saying defendants because me na me dem adi aba. Me say where your set original. Uko was say your original. So you come and show me how the original.
Why ain't your original?
And why this is not original. And no more person omo try say omo post omo decide omo object say the council a friend is say carry a friend is a judge no one question omo feda omo apeka say enye papa nti like it is not original nti no and I say enye correct nti no but me one occasion say senko push omo feda and can you be to me who say right they say a authentic a friend is say original certificate because they would have just omo be kwa search it a bit say lawyer omo ka say omo ka say omo for original one number and a lawyer ku say anko for original one number the one next one or the buy no come still it is not that it is or the about so omo dey about 4 certificate in the court no it's then na conclude say no was so omo we mu na omo say the omo baby anye no omo ko fa the omo no ehunu say ye ne ba oh no because it was about 3 of them they produced the extract the family book no extract if family book no must that be so go and bring this one and I almost what bisa say like kusiko can say your original one then whatever they brought no the layer first say it's not it's the same as the mo de buy no. Meanwhile, me say no na your original. It is a one say no original there. The picture there you original. Come and prove it. It's a same thing na no. And then I'm able to do high.
Yes, Mammy's me encounter no ha. Or say it's not about the court. Maybe the people ba who say you're correct. It's not about me to prove say you're correct. Maybe I believe it's the correct one. She's getting emotional panting. No, who court has to Krobia so no court power over even police. It's a court now was about right.
I think that more shifted to what I read.
There were no canon, Miss May counter the all canon.
Oh, yeah, forget. Let me read it to you guys again.
Mr. Nice. Ghana man.
Okay, I know refer to Ukofono. Oh no,
correct. The court has to prove it by bringing the authorities. No, baby, I'm
Ghana man, Mr. Nice me bow. Ghana man, na can't see me, Patrick Bremna, who the other watch.
The statement not making an answer. It's like no, it says when someone presented an evidence to court, it's rely on the judge. It's rely on the judge to prove otherwise. Not make us correct. That's what based on.
Doesn't rely on the judge.
What is the right thing that's supposed to be done?
Proof of evidence rely on the plaintiff.
Huh?
Then, the plaintiff now presented.
Plaintiff present evidence.
The plaintiff presented the evidence.
No. That's not the statement you're making. The statement was evidence lies on the judge to prove plaintiff. When I make us when the plaintiff said burden of proof on one issue. No, the judge, brother. That's what I was trying to say.
Nipana or the plaintiff no the evidence nabano or the other judge no. Is it not on the defense? So, but dispute hard documents no the abano. Forget about the judge. Is it not on the defense counsel? So nobody dispute side document.
And that's another statement I want to make. I make question a different statement I make here. What you're saying is true. Is disproved evidence will be there, but it's rely on the defendant. I agree with you, but that's not the statement you make here. Let me try to come in.
Why statement now? What can I say?
Just one of the days were.
I think say Oyisu court no like anyways
okay. No, it doesn't lie on the plaintiff, and also lies on the defendant.
1 minute to read something.
Okay.
Baby, almost say the learned trial judge erred in finding to hold that once Exhibit B, B1, and C were admitted after being objected to, the appellant no longer bore any burden of proof of authenticity.
Yes.
This is the document number. Not just what you have to
oh, God. Pacho, mo read aside. My own can nasem. Pacho.
Pacho, what am I saying?
Oh.
Pacho, me read it from.
Man, make too much. Hey, team leader for ma. Hey,
when then?
I said the whole Bible person.
I didn't say.
Mama, I'm making a point, Mr.
B1 and C na marriage certificate no. I'm not judge ni G2 ma peno. The burden of proof na say shifted. But judge joined or G2 no. Still now or the burden of proof no eto ma me akuja se waso. These are some of the things that omoka. Mr. Nice wait me to us very why.
Okay. And do that me ready sa particular part that me ready this year ni ebium. Again, by so doing, a fair-minded court, the key word, court, would have invoked its inherent jurisdiction to clarify the authenticity of the marriage certificate by calling its own expert witness to assist her before forcing to give judgment whilst the very document, i.e., certificate is demanded was not ready.
Mr. Nice, are you reading the amended notice now? And also reading like lawyer Kusi's
No. Amended. Affidavit. No.
Because they all reading. That's how lawyer Kusi crafted his notice. In this, now like check
what they have done. They say. Omo used lawyer Kusi there now, but Oma amended the name for Friday.
Because now words very strong. What you say? And I also repeat the same words no I don't know.
No. Me read this paragraph ni BM. It's necessary repeating more. I just repeated that same paragraph.
All right.
But I amended it. It's probably the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll say if you want to know about I'll say that the learned judge unduly hasted to give judgment by refusing to accommodate or even meaningfully inquire into the process, i.e. direction for certification. She has set in motion under section 161 of the Evidence Act, NRC, blah, 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 blah. F. The misdirection infected the entire proceeding, rendering the entire judgment as having sacrificed procedural fairness for the hasty record time judgment and violating orders made therein. Okay, 5. The court erred when it held that a law firm clerk was not fit to answer an interrogatory.
This one I will object to you. See, document now Kutano, mewo. The already know lawyer Kusidian go down, obe who lawyer Steven the and they call a honor need different wording than they already know. What I say?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go down, you see the amended one or down.
Okay.
You got the lawyer Kusi where a judge now tonight, because say it's like the judge nothing. What I say it's like or person just a judge and yet
the court made a fatal and wrongful deduction from the explanation plaintiff counsel rendered between the original marriage certificate. Which one is which? I know the any read no.
Meba way you know, Meba.
Apart from election petition, case be anywhere, to me, I just Ghana for adwin. I say, way. Apart from election petition, this is the most second watched case in Ghana.
Oh yes.
Okay. Look, Mr. Nice, document and also I address so proposed amended notice of appeal. A honor document in free. Like a honor.
Propose. And maybe that you are wrong one.
I knew because that's not a new notice. Amended notice. I think say obetimi the man mamia. Why? My phone and I'm there.
How do you read my? Now come see me very quick.
Now me bro for the new. Me reading.
Read. That's what we read. Read me very quick. Read my. Baby daddy, we are phone to
the lawyer could see the end argument. Only the lawyer Steven amendment. He doesn't have it either or no diabolic nor the way now or I don't know.
Okay, so your proposed amended notice of appeal.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, grounds of appeal. I said the learned trial judge erred in law when she held that the plaintiff or appellant failed to prove the existence of a valid monogamous civil marriage contracted in Germany between the plaintiff and the deceased, Charles Kojufosu. No about particulars of error. The learned trial judge conflated proof of foreign law with proof of fact of the ordinance marriage contracted in Germany. B. The learned trial judge failed to appreciate that the evidence led by the plaintiff, including evidence of cohabitation, public representation of the disease, eyewitness testimony, photographic evidence, issues of the union, documentary evidence tendered by the plaintiff and the embassy correspondent from the German embassy in Ghana, substantially corroborated the existence of the said ordinance marriage. Now, Mr. Aaron, the same thing I read here, and way different.
Different from the because where they know original who say yes, that document no.
Okay, any questions? I'm reading and watch I say why.
Anyways, okay.
If you have anything, okay. See, the learned trial judge misdirected herself by treating alleged deficiencies in the authentication of foreign marriage document as conclusive proof of the non-existence of the marriage itself.
Say, judge no a mistake. So or then I agree to so say. I was a chinchina for authentication process. Now, there is no civil marriage between them.
Okay.
That's the whole summary of the whole kind of. I was also say, no authentication process with high value. What I say? That's the import.
Because your man quiet to say, I say, without authentication, now I read.
Yes, Ohodina as the only way obey proven a civil marriage, What I say, Abrana evidence about say like the other corroborative evidence say indeed there is an ordinance marriage between the deceased and the plaintiff. What I say?
Yes. Okay. D. The learned trial judge failed to appreciate that the plaintiff or appellant bore a burden to prove her ordinance marriage on a preponderance of probability, which said burden was met by the overwhelming evidence on record.
No so person say plaintiff which is Mama Kusha say even though one year authentication, but evidence will show chair court it was so overwhelming that say preponderance or preponderance of probability. It just say more likely than not, like 50%, more than 50%. Or proven who say indeed or civil marriage between like only deceased but judge I'm fine on an ejuma one fan I drank or only the judge need the call authentication process and so.
Thank you for Kosi.
Record 2. I said the learned trial judge erred in law in her interpretation and application of sections 136 and 161 of the Evidence Act regarding authentication of foreign documents.
Okay, read the only be man should I get it.
The learned trial judge erred in law in her interpretation and application of sections 136 and 161 of the Evidence Act regarding authentication of foreign documents.
Okay, I have no so say her leadership during that. While Emrano one Susuni, there are no OC Emrana Seno. Session is it 136, right?
136 and 161.
136 and 161. There are Emranic so we at our dance game, a dance day, would the dance or quarter. Judge no
Mamimbo. Or say. Sa 161 in our can a one and no Gina like or come on say once a short sentence a can a you know your kind previously no or during that the original authentication and certificate authentication on 161 in she didn't like almost can't see next one so said there was another one but on the no Gina baby Gina na certification na no see who here.
And I think say Oba in a best opportunity to Kura kind.
Exactly. Or can see a so.
Kura document,
There be me follow the orcano.
Okay.
Once who follow or can see a
send the one because let me.
Okay, I can see me to also. No particulars of error. Managing power. Say the learned trial judge wrongly treated section 161 of NRCD 232 as imposing a mandatory and exclusive condition precedent to the admissibility of foreign documents and their probative value.
Or Patrick said, Oshasa ARGH status in a number of you made
Section 161.
OSHA Section 161 now, the way I judge during the call about with Asemno, or treaty Section 161 now, and to say out of Emrami and Sano, I think say it was me and Son, right?
Yes,
Out of me and Sano sections, me and Sano. First one, no one and the most important, and there was a tackle with Abraham Kobit, me tackle with other ones. That's what they are trying to say.
To add to what you are saying, who say 1, 2, 3, 1 and 2 near straight, and a 3 and a lawyer. Emma Leeway, they say, so even come the document now both parties any chance to assess the document. The court may, for a good cause shown, admit the evidence. What you say? By just doing making it say a 2 straight, or you see 1 and 2, no, or forgetting 3, no. So what you say?
Yes, Abraham saw the document. A lot of evidences are not a team in Casa leeway. No, they were supposed to have it.
Abraham, no Casa or admit say even getting authenticating those documents, Herculean or no admitting in the document or G2.
And like I could see video now, I could see Hana. You could see admitted say or subpoena obi from the German embassy is on fire. So what you saying? Honor, a man who's a child, mean, tell me what's a cramiano because what you may subpoena obi from the German embassy. Not judge, so can't say this is why you should have brought an expert witness. Meanwhile, I could see admitted say almost subpoena obi no ama.
No, that was not so. After subpoena, the judge herself can say, what dear same war is it for you or something like that was subpoena mama. So I think it's based on that now.
Please, have you listened to Lawyer Kusi's interview? That Kusi admitted almost subpoena obi, and it's on record. I'm not saying
I'm not saying you're not. What you're saying is not true. I'm adding to what you're saying.
He
went further to say, the judge herself can say, or dear someone could fool you up and yes,
but it was the judge who said it was not necessary. It was the judge.
That's what I'm trying to add. It's the same Lawyer Kusi who said that. So I'm adding into. Yeah, no, I can't.
Okay, Ghana Mama, let me continue to read. Also, see, no, the learned trial judge erred in treating the absence of certification by the. Okay, Matoa, friend Pachomati, I mean, really see, no. The learned trial judge erred in treating the absence of certification by the Ghana embassy in Germany as conclusively fatal to the plaintiff appellant case, notwithstanding the substantial collaborative evidence on record.
Repeat your me why?
Okay, I said the learned trial judge erred in treating the absence of certification by the Ghana embassy in Germany as conclusively fatal to the plaintiff appellant case, notwithstanding the substantial collaborative evidence on record.
Or say, because they say, court now what Germany no. I'm the court because they say your friend is saying embassy now what Germany no and to me are authenticated certificates now mama me no NT judge no emani look it says sadie na court na embassy na anya no was so I said na ehu biama and went and so otimi bo evidences now what they buy no oboni nyina tuguye ema ogina sa ade ne nko so pote no can say certificate no on Jintu. That's what they are trying to say.
And more or less like even as such authenticating the marriage certificate, no, there were other evidence.
Other evidences, sir.
Yes. To Kodina. The
trial. Sorry, Dave.
Okay. Okodi say the learned trial judge failed to appreciate that Section 136 of NRCD permit authentication by evidence or any sufficient showing capable of supporting a finding of authenticity, which was not limited to proof of certification under Section 161. They are repeating the same narrative.
I think the ARGH. I think Omanga they were stressing on 3 sections. No, the way Amameno decided to choose. Once I would tell I could see interview now. Say the judge, the assembly said the judge. I will know our conclusion or pen or truth. The woman she chose what she wanted to choose. Yeah.
She picked and choose what she wanted to put in there.
She picked and choose what she wanted to put in there.
Okay. See, the Leonard Trial Judge erred in failing to consider the totality of the corroborative evidence supporting the authenticity of Exhibit B, B1, and C before rejecting same.
Hey, section 2 Exhibit B1 and C now. Utmu say evidence is our mother buyer no. Nanka a hokra no sa exhibits B1 and Exhibit 2 B1 and C no. Na evidence is no mother buyer no kra na hokra no na a qualifier anka betimi at trese nka obeji crat certificate na tum. But still na she obuneni guso. Yeah. That's what they are trying to do.
We are very, very good translator.
May I say?
Number 3, I say the Leonard Trial Judge erred in law when she failed to hold Exhibit B. Okay, Exhibit B, B1, and C to be presumptively authentic, despite the respondent having had reasonable opportunity and time to investigate the authenticity of the said document. So until I basically section 3 in this whole subsection 3 no.
Yep. Small.
Point 3 no ankasa no. Unse emran ankasa no yawo 1 2 evidence at section 161 subsection 1 2 and 3 no 3 no there you see. So in pakon the document in backward. Now both parties a fair chance to evaluate the authenticity of the document. Now, the document by which we found the straight 1 and 2 now. The court may, for a good cause, shown admit the document and decide the way to put on. International judge, all the right and power say, obet maji mami akusesawa, my certificate under the subsection 3 no. No, the Dijuma by Judge Dorinda refuse it. One but 3 is a clock already judgment, baby, or cite only 1 and 2 depend on Jai 3 no. As to why 1 for 3 number there on the pen in him.
And also, so the way almost phrase it as them no, a chest to say, and Judge Dorinda so bit to me, the more alleged say a fake no. Nan ko bit to me so de more chance, I'm almost swap shishim. Now almost swaba. No, my baba be kase. Did it go like the same way? And is it true? Say via a certificate ne authentic and I say and authentic. Na and come on based on that no. Edia judge the third one no. Subsect 161.3. 161.3. Nenka Judge Dorinda so bit me asa yes adie no so. But no, there was no fake mention. Wait, I was short of words.
All right, thank you. Because I just wanted us to get it clear. I just want to make it clear so that we don't keep saying fake when we're fake.
Oh, Fred, I was somebody this academic law school. I was lost of terminology.
Yeah. I get it.
I think back particulars of error na card here a kura case here. No say the Leonard Trial Judge failed to appreciate that the respondent, having had reasonable time to investigate the authenticity of Exhibit B, B1, and C, she was clothed with a statutory discretion under Section 161, subsection 3, to admit the said exhibit as presumptively authentic.
I just said the same thing now can say.
Yes.
When you so be a senka or jitum say certificate near authentic.
Yes, because I mean all the marriage certificate, both parties any time to analyze it or to say whatever they wanted to say. So it was up to the judge because subsection 3 no Emma Quine say judge in betting yatum. That's why I say anything kofa and they say one fan the quine so paso. It's not, you are not strictly obligated to do that. Because a man in himself, bet me do baby, who person fanfa and man say, who person fanfa quine way so, but due to certain circumstances, no to me. And it's a man my judge and no quine, so bet me, I document not to. So what you say, man, you're too straight. Like how I judge on the applying, it's not too straight. Until let's move on to the B. The learned trial judge failing to.
Pacho, can I make a quick?
Yeah, you can say something.
Okay, thank you. I've read the whole application they've put in, and what I want to bring our minds to, and it's this application they've put in strictly deals with the judge and not anything else. And he said, "Niema wakan so far ni say they are doing for law. It's the errors that this judge committed is what is highlighted in this appeal, and that's exactly the point." Okay, because the judge had made her mind up, and what you just read, it's saying a case like this should not have been rushed if you wanted more evidence. Okay, earlier on there was a lady who was saying the objection. There's two things that happen. I think I'm waiting for you to get a meme, so I kind of that. Where he's saying when the documentation was submitted and the defendant raised an objection, that objection was overruled by Ono judge, okay, and admitted it, and that was the exhibit B, B1, and the C described in the document now. It was admitted into the court as evidence. Into once a judge in G2, it meant that the judge, and he states the 17th of November, was when that took place. Only for you to come back on your own without any appeal to come and say that which you, the judge, admitted into evidence, you have now rejected it. That is the whole point where she erred in law. I just want to
and also to add, I confirm my argument. I may need to for now. I will not even waste my time on them. Because I confirm.
I told you something new.
I will not waste my time on them again. No, to be honest, because I will never, because I deal with Oma confirming Asama Maka on so many occasions. Me read B no say the learned trial judge erred in failing to exercise the discretion conferred under section 161 subsection 3 of NRCD 323, despite acknowledging the practical difficulties associated with authentication of foreign documents. So what you say? Omo no said omo explaining subsection 3. Omo saying the document ba na so opposing party no one can be amfa document ne ho a eno na judge no beti ma agiatum na so omo raise bibi dia judge no timi gintum. Look at this. Meanwhile no that's the argument they always make. Meanwhile no 3 no give the judge the discretion. So what you say, regardless of be oppose or not, or no yes. Get no power to admit it. But Judge Jonda refused. No matter
argument here now, the burden of proof is shifting for them to discredit certificate.
One more man, yes, I don't know.
One more man,
yeah. That's what I'm
also about German, train some of the
Mr. Nice, me sponsorship a call Echo Harvard.
Only problem.
Now, student loan, I'll go sponsorship. I am called number 4.4 no.
Yeah, I did not come to it. Not make no. What's it?
0.4 no. You see, the court erred when it held that foreign law as a question of fact can only be proved by calling an expert witness. Wow.
And we should take note say we notice no, but we written submissions, beba. I want a legal argument to be made.
Yes, I know, yeah.
We are just preliminary, like notice somebody are court to court. I am more capacity to go to appeal in the area. So court no be granted an amendment na near to us. Yeah, obit na ko.
No more come boy.
Yeah.
But the court can squad.
Fred, network no yentu nka.
Cannot refuse this. This is your grounds would always go to because this is what you are going to argue based on. And you see, Court of Appeal does not work like the regular court. You submit, and then if the defense has anything, they do a submission and they read through and then support the law with all the laws that you have cited. And based on that, they give their decision. They've done a brilliant job.
And so based on what you say, defense, Ben, baby, defense, is it the judge or the defense? Because whatever thing that was put out there was not about it, was about the judge.
There are 3 judges who are going to sit on this case. And
Fred, network
Fred, somebody or
yeah, the judge
you keep cutting in and out.
Okay, can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm saying that in the appeals court, arguments are not done verbally. Everything is put on paper just like what they have.
Yes.
And then the judges will read both the... Oh, you still can't hear me?
We can hear you. Go on. You keep cutting out though, but go on.
Okay, sorry. So once this is done, they read through the complainants and then the defendants, and once they finish reading, they make their judgment. So it's a straightforward thing. There's no argument. Unless they need a clarification, then they will ask a simple question.
And I understand,
clarify, but they don't go to it.
They will not even go to the court today. Because someone said automatically
the person
will be accepted.
Yeah, go ahead.
Papi has not been accepted yet.
And then
no more. They are going to the night. What's the time? By now, I think they should be done with it.
Okay, so make up 5 and so. The Leonard Tri-Court judge heard when she held that the marriage certificate exhibit B, B1 and C were not admissible per se. No particulars of error. The Leonard Tri-Judge heard in law when she rejected exhibit B, B1 and C in her judgment, despite having earlier on admitted same into evidence at the beginning of the trial, when she said exhibits were offered in evidence. And then Fred Kayano. Echo B. The Leonard Tri-Judge rejection of exhibit B, B1 and C in her judgment, when same had been previously admitted into evidence after overruling the respondent objection to their authenticity and admissibility, amounted to an exercise of a review jurisdiction over its previous decision, which jurisdiction the court lacked.
Earlier, no court no edge documents need to, even though objection by it is oba no because the document in your authentic. It means that we review the decision. Review of decision, no court needs our power. No high court need power say obey make a decision no review no. It can only be brought by obeying their court appeal. Now appeal review side decision no. And no I was either party near the beko normal review decision no. But no ankasa the nipe make it ruling na no as be review no in the subsequent proceedings and they say we me na can mean to we that one no and lawyers ni raise concern say no like we consider running we exceeding the powers. What I say?
Yeah, my say. C. The Leonard Tri-Judge acted in excess of her original jurisdiction when having admitted exhibit B, B1 and C in her ruling of 17 November 2025, she nonetheless overturned her own previous decision. You see,
jump ahead of you.
Judge joined that almost cynical so and Ben Crane. Yanko Dino. B. The Leonard Tri-Judge descended into the arena of litigation when in her final judgment Suomotu revisited her ruling of 17 November 2025, by which she had earlier admitted Exhibit B, B1 and C into evidence and advanced the case of the respondent who had filed no appeal or protest to challenge the said ruling of 17 November 2025.
Yeah, I think as I'm kind earlier, no, I'm saying I can come, you know. I can't to or making ruling now without any reasonable cause. Be say either a party back a yaba say or quite appeal and I say, you know, or no one can say review decision now, no one make you know. In the subsequent proceedings, no. Now already lawyers need register point, you know.
I shall maintain here. Maintain on us here.
Okay, so what decision was taken on the 17th? What decision was taken on what happened on the 17th?
Or admit this document, you know, even though there is an objection. What I say? So all admitted documents now.
Okay.
Back into the court records as evidence and an exhibit.
Right.
Into who have it now document here cannot be authentic. It's like one has admitted into the record because court it doesn't take forgery documents into its records. What I say?
Right.
And so who can't anything different than like you are doubting the credibility of the document without parties not involved, no a moment raise concern with the document. It means a well review decision. What you have to in a way what you have to and I was answering that one. What you say?
Okay.
Question can a court admit an evidence and later says it's like credibility? Is it
a conditioner? What you say? A conditioner.
Is it within the law in the first place? Is it within the law in the first place?
It's within the law, but then it should be clearly stated. What you say? So what's counsel for plenty all tender documents. Aware said this document is being admitted on condition that this thing would have been done. What you say in future? What you say?
So the other person is if a court do a funding, now because evidence lack credibility, that should we also based on that say or review on one casa admissible? And I said later no admin say it's not credible, in which what can say will be to my answer.
No, rephrase your response.
No, I understand his question. Let me help you. You see, a court cannot review itself without an appeal. A court can, once you make a decision, the decision you've made is binding. And that is what we have shown, that she changed her mind, because before a court will change its mind, it has to be objected to by either the plaintiff or defendant, which in this case, nothing of that sort happened. So November 17, he makes a decision, which is a ruling. Now, anytime you object something and the judge overrules, it goes into records to say that a ruling has been given. That's why the word overruled. So it's not just verbal, it's recorded. And based on that, you cannot change that ruling without somebody appealing against that ruling. And that's exactly what she did. That's why she erred. Thank you.
My memory sets me right. A follow-up question. If my memory sets me right, if Tamaye can court vet it in
the typical example, your friend, the injunction case, you know. What the judge did, you know. Not any point to me, yes, sir. Yeah. Cross off.
Ruling now or making ruling no more call ya or sa a change you know your can.
I said how unreal. And she's telling me she wants bitterness to that.
I could see media said yeah, me reading on I don't know, sir, whether someone was trying to protect someone in order for not the burden of proof to be shifted to them, because I don't understand how a judge would admit it, then later come back with a different thing together, because in case the burden of proof, in case to me shifted, but no matter what, the burden still continue to be with Mami Akosia Sewa. So what
and then she provided like 2 more documents.
Yeah. Into them, I mean, reading so. I think, sir, they be a bunny and say a year, papa. What you say? We say a strictly team legal wife or no, and then the opposing party now, Tiana one casa, where Kowakume show, but don't mean casa. Young couple insists no. The learned trial judge Ed, when after admitting exhibit B, B1 and C into evidence, she still put the onus of proof of the authenticity of the said German marriage document on the appellant. I think that this is self-explanatory. Unless Ekura, you want to say something. We need to check particulars of error.
No. Hey, Ekura, file email no send me inbox na me send the document in my way.
Okay. Hey, the learned trial judge failed to appreciate the distinction between legal burden and evidential burden. Fred, you better explaining the difference, and as I say, if you any idea the distinction between legal burden and evidential burden, so better
Yeah, legal burden is burdens that are scripted into laws, so that's the law, just like they've cited the laws. That's legal burden. Now, evidential is what you produce in your evidence. It's 2 different things. So what you produce, for instance, marriage pictures, once it's admitted, it's evidential, but it's not written anywhere in the law that says that when you come to court, bring pictures. So that's the difference. So evidential is what you have as evidence. And then the legal ones are the things that are written that needs to be followed. So that's the difference between the 2. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Fred Yamishao. Yanko being so, Hano being carefully, the learned trial judge erred in failing to hold that once exhibit B, B1 and C were admitted after being objected to, the appellant no longer bore any burden of proof of authenticity. Fred Morgan, I'll bet my breaking a hammer.
Exactly. Once exhibit B, B1 and C was admitted, let's just say the plaintiff na yenejuma. Oba court say obesiki for you to say onono legally married wife. And na ode this evidence abba. Until once the evidence was accepted, no, on where we need it. And then I want to prove marriage certificate. Wait, and these were the 3 things that was admitted. Into so trial judge, G2 as evidence there. Then on where if somebody and I think before was saying in the very beginning of this argument, there's no longer, as a police, you driving a police in general or no, they what we say driver's license and insurance. Once you produce Nasogia on authenticated, I say, well, driver's license and insurance now, what the amount, if it is right or wrong or everything is correct, and so at the point, Professor Kanwaka. Now, it is not on you because for these things, you've provided them. So the burden is no longer on you. The burden is on Noah, Waje Adieno. Thank you.
Fred, we are very, very intelligent. As I'm now come, they always explain you the basi until they will be answered. More share, na tap, and chair host in idea. What is the chair host in idea? Because platform we a big platform for education. To moon chat there, so what you say? When you brave, bro, when you fat, how we deal with fat. And see, no, the learned trial judge failed to appreciate that. The learned trial judge failed to appreciate that once evidence establishing the probable existence of the marriage had been adduced and admitted into evidence, the evidential burden shifted to the respondent. Mr. Fred,
that is what I explained earlier on.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Shifted. You don't come to the complaint and say, prove that this is your driver's license. You want a driver's license, I've given it to you. Say, driver's license, you now but you don't come back with the driver's license and says, prove, say this driver's license is genuine. No. What did I say?
Exactly. But like, who the judgment now? There are certain things and they're funny. During that one point, Etro said, although Bruni lawyers need resist something about the font size of the money. This when you know petty. Like Charlie, and you might super Yanko D well. The learned trial judge failed to appreciate that the respondent failed to produce evidence disproving the existence of the marriage or establishing forgery or fabrication of exhibit B, D1 and C. So what you say? Dr. Fred,
yeah, basically, so it's the same thing. It's like once the exhibit was admitted, there was no challenge that disputed what was admitted. So she only relied on procedure, but nobody was able to disprove what was submitted. That is the point that the lawyer is saying here.
Okay, I'm just confused here. The thing is this: accepted, and they say when they produced, all this, they tender in all this evidence, and Sana, the thing is, the proceedings now started, and so when we tender it in, no, say, oh, it should be on one. You say it and reject it, and Sana, yeah, they are best starting proceedings. Is that what they are trying to say? And say, no, accept the fact that or accept any idea. During the proceedings, say, "Obi abeka say into one accept it." But come abeka say no, and I am the but enyame. So this is what we're trying to see. When the case started, no, Obi found the evidence in bra. When the neighbor, I know Marcus say, "Why didn't when you buy it? Almost see him for income, home." The buy during that's okay. My documents in here. Mate, Yahim, we must try him. Why can't be yes started proceedings? No, all these things are done before the proceedings. Now, be John Abeka say, where you say ya. On what problem now? What you need a chance? What you said, Mr. Fred, they can. What your license no quadia? For them out now. What's the license ready? And your papa, no what to happen in Perry, or far in the Bradia. That one dear. On them on your jeep card, yeah. What you call to where you call police station? How will buy? I will say, the other man, no, me buy him and call for say in your baby, dear. In fact, as some about home. And then they will say on crop when they can fabric. And when I argue one home, I also
want to say something.
Let me just add something very quickly. To buttress what you said. Not only say Omoji to know. You see, Odoboni Fono objected. Emma overruled objection. When he gets that, that's an important for appeal to you. One more.
It makes the lawyer's case very strong.
Which means that for you to overrule, which means that you are telling us to say the document was credible.
Exactly. Thank you.
But to also say that maybe that the answer yes or no on that. Also, Obi raising objection there. Judge no was either say Obi sustaining and also overruling, right? So, or anytime Obeka say we're overruling objection, that means although you're into agreement.
Mr. Nice, if I say me can 233 or so, I'm sure some majority be team legal wise. Some type of discussion say if you know mom stay glued to this particular program, Mombra. Joining panelists were almost
life no
Mumiti correct no Fred wa say ALGH wa any munyina you kete money other Mr. Nice mo other legally sound people or more make cogent analysis e wa say what I say mo charge so any host no kwa guest no so obi make submission that you can equally gift the guest what I say that's it but I want to ask
before I met was more question, Mr. Nice. Mr. Nice, you say a court non person or do ni age, you know, and I judge an answer. And you know, your friend is saying overruled and answer overstay and on friend saying.
Also stay there. Raising objection overruling.
No, overruling.
Yes, overruling one sustaining my yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know that is different from my certificate no and also or G2 no.
Yes. Some objection no. And go for the raising here, right? Or not the evidence about and I already objection say marriage certificate to no. And your papa. And I will judge no see my boy was similar to a go see any papa no.
Okay.
It's my accepted.
Quick one. Oh man can say any papa. Almost because
no, me kind of side just a beside example.
Yeah, when you show it creates impressions at the end of the papa.
No, I don't know. The side example
objected because they wanted certain things done that, in her opinion, was not necessary.
Necessary, yeah.
Anything that Obogu and overrule them. Okay, thank you.
But I'm not me come back. Where are you? Me come back on so. I think that lawyer could say Oma or objective, but one fan can't a ruling the AI picture no they buy as marriage pictures no or overruling or sustaining arguments no but one fan but a ruling him any court ruling him say over the AI pictures or the buy
yes or the buyer but what the decision no that picture no enka the decision no but or the bemo abasa picture na densa I say a ring and say or the bemo but sir picture no should have given her the reason say our rain and because say say ya no for picture AI picture then that means say be a because say whenever we find a problem a key evidence in adena collaborative evidence now now almost idea we open now alter a picture to now come and deceive the court to say this is a picture was taken after the said ceremony no. That's the finding out say picture no AI idea. How then do you accept there was actually even marriage be a console?
Exactly. What's your intention? Why did you intend to do that?
So
up to Mr. Nice or someone Okano. Of course, or the BM, but one year careful who saw the BM. And I said, or the BM, no,
yes,
me describing it, sir, of Frown Tama. Because I'll say, let me paraphrase what he said. I think paragraph 122. I say the counsel for the plaintiff raised something. And I felt Becca because of Mr. Kofi, when some of Becca in Nayan to Minty, or the end forget it. Meanwhile, lawyer Kusini, ne clerk be or answer to certain interrogatories. No, she said the judge during that a superman who judgment.
Yeah.
But I didn't see can say where there no brown tama. Including yanko the failure of the learned trial judge to direct the respondent to disprove the evidence of probable existence of the German marriage between appellant and the deceased occasioned a miscarriage of justice. But one bit Mr. Fred.
Okay.
I think that Rich in Swad here, he's also very sound in law.
Okay. No, Pacho, can be why.
Okay. Make into our any we be no boy. I say say the failure of the learned trial judge to direct the respondent to disprove the evidence of probable existence of the German marriage between appellant and the disease occasion a miscarriage of justice.
Throughout raising objection to say the Mr. Nice earlier say about the marriage certificate. No, they did not go ahead to bring anything different to say this marriage certificate and yet German marriage certificate, and I say and you're authentic. So if they are objecting, the judge should have given them an order, say go and bring something to disprove it. You cannot just make with your mouth say, we are objecting it for mere sake, say, we are objecting it. Because anything the plaintiff, you have the right to object. But one more any opportunity to say, disprove it with maybe a fact or maybe something different, saying, this marriage certificate, and I say, these people, there was no marriage, so maybe this is a divorce certificate. Nothing like that of that sort happened. I only say, it's very good for us appeal. I think that is one of the strong points for us on the appeal.
Much. Until me 4.7 so. I say the learned judge erred by treating plaintiff into bracket appellant inability to authenticate her German marriage certificate as a choice within her control.
Okay, I'm sure I say,
Mr. I see you are mismatching.
I say, judge, near judge, they say, because of this issue, the strict one that was Evidence Act 136, 161, or rule, 323, or this issue, Section 1 and Section 2, no. One man, plaintiff no time, but woman here to say, plaintiff within her power to control German embassy say, or say at this time, me Bussel say, and then Thursday, me Bussel Friday, or so would it crack on it, and authenticate now the crack on it, and
So, Mr. Nice, I want to conclude in where then 13, they really in the previous 12. I want to
7.
Hey boy, I want to conclude all about justice, because so the way now would handle Kosia Diana. It's like they wanted this woman to prove herself beyond any reasonable doubt, but Oshe Nyema be a course so like the way Otimima defendants etimiti or moho maybe home even crowd which said they can't previously AI near you now. And anything or stress on 7 nor stress on the word justice, because that's not how it's supposed to be. Justice is supposed to be a fair, something fair. You would way and one also would way, but that's not what happened.
How was it supposed to be?
Ekra, you should check your email. You have it. You should have
it. I just got it. Thanks.
Ekra, how was it supposed to be in the first place? Was the German marriage certificate properly authenticated in the first place?
I mean,
well, but you don't necessarily need to authenticate it. Mami really adebi wa say. It's not about it. I know I may hear some analysis be on it. It's a little bit lengthy, but more functionally. Or see the trial judge regularly applies Section 161 of NRCD, finding that absence of formal certification by the Ghana embassy in Germany was conclusively fatal to admissibility of the foreign marriage document. The appellant rightly points out that Section 161 is not an exclusive mandate. Exclusive mandate. Section 136 of NRCD allows for authentication by any evidence or sufficient showing capable of supporting a finding that the matter is what its proponent claims.
Furthermore, under Section 1613 of NRCD 2323, the court is clothed with statutory discretion to treat foreign documents as presumptively authentic if reasonable opportunity has been given to all parties to investigate them, which goes back to the previous points that you're reading. Pastor, wait to me to answer. Ghana man, does the response on does it satisfy your curiosity?
No, I say presumptively say authentic on the verdict. No. Later, or presume say even the man go through all the authentication process, or presume say Ghana marriage certificate, no maybe say lack 1 or 2. In which any can go, or presume in the first place. Because one is a foreign document.
No. Or you are getting it wrong. It's not exclusive. 161 is in 3 sections. Judge, was focusing on mainly the number 1. And Obeka number 2 nikakra, but was keeping number 3. Lawyer Kusi argument and say that say when your time out make it out authentication, the window of opportunity was the 1613.
Now, Mama, for baby, come on, judge in the year. I don't know the Mokaya. Supporting evidence now, which is pictures in the idea. The judge now also stated in the judgment, they said, based on artificial intelligence in Mutio, or no, dear. A true Odoboni, a picture,
I don't make us a fairness, no.
A true mommy, was it based on artificial intelligence in Tino? So, picture no. What do you mean, Jim Tum?
I expect. Doubling in this kind of conjectures. But you share life no TL before moon share life no. Why no go for moon guys have no analysis no ko be o mo dey akoka akasa. Moon share life no. Moon share life no 200 and something. Moon share life no.
Na me kai mo say moon koso ana moon che your brother akwesi adie because the platform media big power. Yeah. Na omo anje live na MPNSM. Because you know, almost some restriction be by here or technical iron. You who be empty a better aqua. It's young call, but I'm trying to 7 so. I mean, she'll be your track was here. I mean, 7 no. Okay, may call 7 A in a make us. See, the learned trial judge erred in directing counsel for the plaintiff appellant to have the said German marriage document to be authenticated without giving reasonable time for Ghana Embassy in Germany to execute the said certification of genuineness of the signatures on the said certificate. I don't know if somebody can,
I want to come in on there.
Okay.
I was just waiting for that. You see, again, we are seeing this as something that the trial judge did on purpose. You cannot ask somebody to go to Germany and go to Berlin to go find out, ask the embassy in Berlin to authenticate a marriage certificate for you within 5 days, within 6 days, within 1 week. It's impossible. It's totally impossible. But the trial judge was rushing the case to finish the case in a record time, and yet still was demanding something that would have taken at least a month and a half to send these documents to Berlin and get it authenticated in Germany and back. Because when it gets to Berlin, they are not just going to sign it. If they are going to follow through, they will follow through to the very start where the marriage was contracted. To go make sure that this marriage was contracted here, and you would have to respond to them for them to get back to the court. And this process was not going to take a week or 2. So for her to say that they did not bring it from the Ghana embassy in Germany at the time that she gave was not reasonable. And Justice cannot be rushed. And that is what the lawyers have said there. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question for you.
About ARGH. Also, in the judgment, Omiki, some statements say she gave Lawyer Kwesi 1 month.
Which is not true.
But you'll be to me at first.
And Fred, more question with the Mao.
Yes.
More question with the Mao. And to me, Pacho, Nanka, Lawyer Kwesi so to me, you be able to slow down the process.
No, because the trial judge had set the date. Don't forget, so the trial judge was working based on the Monsieur Penny's date that he told the court. Say, Asante.
Thank you very much. Yes.
To the trial judge.
Fred, if you look too much, what did you say?
Fred, me Pacho, Obi Fred, Miss Mutimantio, to repeat why I'm Pacho.
Let's say the trial judge was working with Monsieur Penny's timetable and not the court's timetable. Until she could have waited, but now Monsieur Penny said Asante in the date, and that date is there, and that's why she was in a rush. Until she predetermined, she predetermined how long it was going to take. This is going to be a fast trial, but this case should not have been a fast trial.
That's not entirely true.
Thank you.
Mr. Kofu Suko kan court no boa and no crack one of the reasons man ko twa dwan no. Asem no ko kan no boa pa say wako kra Asante hene we yi no na we were just saying it to fast track the process. I don't know why he was rushing to bury that.
Ghana man says it's not entirely true. The hene true and I can say.
I think that
that's what I said.
It's not entirely true. So what do you have to say?
Richie, money can't be that is not entirely true. I believe that anyway, I'll put my
we've all seen him. Let's just continue.
I said that's not entirely true because among 30 dates, one of the Kwesi interview
also at the Panyamishra, what give guest no almost of your
he was strongly supportive with dating judge and set up. And first of all, there was injunction via no money in a hope he said because of a yearly date now or machine court and granted injunction say proceedings in try a yearly date. It's based on all these things now. Judge need now say media assembly view crime sana sit date now money na machine and I didn't see anywhere now the Kwesi oppose set date no almost 30 in which on no because of heavy loaded evidence no one date no crab for Banamo. So that's why I say it's not entirely true.
Yeah, when you say it's not entirely true, who sets the date?
I just said the date.
Exactly. And that's why the trial judge is
who argument they say
no, it's not my
date no come on rely on the opinion date. That I'm saying is not entirely true.
Listen. I heard you when you were saying what you said. Can you give me to also say what I want to say? I use the Monsieur Penny's analogy here to drum home a point. I am saying here that it was a trial judge that set the date. That's why in this appeal, the trial judge is the one who had erred. We are reading the appeal filings and we are analyzing that. So the context in which this analyzation is being done is based on what? Now, they didn't say Lawyer Kwesi erred here. That is not what the appeal filings is. It's the trial judge that erred based on her judgment of saying that this documentation did not come back. And based on that, I reject it. But what time did you give? And Richie was saying, she said she gave 1 month. So that is what the context in which we are speaking. So when you say something is not entirely true, what are you talking about?
I counter your claim because I said what the opinion be when I'm saying applicant in lawyer should be just
but the applicants
we say appeal was focused on the judge It actually limit to the judge, was on a set date and time. But also making argument, with the opinion, so no more date and time and a guide judge was set these times.
Fred is trying to say
it is true. It is true.
And I really claim that that's not entirely true.
No.
Okay.
Date been an initial date for the year.
On top of my head, but I think it was a son. Was it twice or once or something like that?
It was 6. It was 6.
So it was on the 6th of December, right? So now I'm going to use you, what you call it, what's your name again? Ghana as the judge. Una Asimawa with him, and I'm in Akura. Yedi Asimaba with him, right? But there is a funeral ahead of us. And Akura say, oh no, Opesawa, the only kuna in that case. Yeah? And I also saw I was your penny, so I send it to Opesa or in a year. So, oh, yeah, Jaja. Date Benanka, oh, Phyllis and AFS, Obesha, said over the case.
Yes, first of all, influence opposing party. I'm farmer to my name, say, dating a cry, setting a cry. ABM one with other evidence. I'll base on some meaning of date and the name of the Bay Kuran issue, and after the SOU Kuran, one issue. To date and Azabia, ending of this month, no money at SSA. Name of a senior 1 year, the Bay Kuran on Quadia. Let me tell me 1 week, I settled that differences and Sunny year in the house to make sure so maintain no more either.
I think Ghana, you are being disingenuous here.
This is not disingenuous. I'm just answering how was he making.
Let me correct you.
Not correcting. Yes, that's exactly what happened.
Let me correct you. That was not what happened. The injunction was to stop the funeral in the first place. So when you all agree that you are being disingenuous, Mami Sewa did not agree on the 6th of December. So that was why there was an injunction. Part of the case was to stop the funeral for the 6th. Continue. Just wanted to correct you.
Yes. And then the case they submitted 2 cases. Ghana man, don't forget. And then was an injunction and then to prove so your legal wife. And see, I can't remember, like, I see the idea be so much tenance, Judge Nick, so we were to be done to beat me at the beginning and Sapania, it was out there. It was in a public a friend is saying, or your interview be son or cancer. Dad is so bit me. I saw the case now, son. Okay. And son, a year. It was a public record. I
want to example now, Mr. Nice. If we took up me answer, what area?
What's it say?
On no certain example. And I me answer an example based on how we're presenting. I don't see why you're bringing another argument into it. Okay, and to be precise,
what I'm now can say is not fully true. No, I mean this case went there, and then the reason for this case, this funeral. I mean this funeral now, ahead of us now, the date year season. And no case now, and then everything going on was based on your friend is say a year no, you pay a year na say you pay your kunani amana year. You don't expect say you pay a year and sanya betusu kunani. What you ask them? And so now all attention, everything concerning the whole trial now was focused on meeting the deadline so that we can, handle the funeral on time. What you ask them? It is all said. And then sad date was one another date. Now you was opinion another date. Until I said that during that a time limit was influenced by a opinion as Sema. I believe saying on your wrong.
It makes me possible, yeah. And also, I would also add to the argument say your friend is saying to support it say your circumstances surrounding Asamno is in crown or your shasi near my yakin yinane dots are connecting inana. Won't say a movie you make a statement say your hunesa say Asamno was premeditated and so, and he said, I was opinion the date ba na Judge Dorinda agree. So I can work with it within 2 weeks. I'll be done. Na eba na otimi kan sem
na asem otimi object ade na ade na object ye no otimi de ban ruling mu ti say ade a oye o sustaining ye dia ene na ye mu bi no we are still assuming ye go so assuming Dorinda asem no Montuaso. I went deep into my thoughts.
Yes,
I went deep into my thoughts.
Question now beside Alfred. Do we afraid here? Let me dissent a little bit. Say be a judge lawyer Kusibi to my own baby. Because the question is going to mean fairly like a stay of execution. And here one. And the two, I think say during the last cross examination, I think say he was taking time with Bodobruni witness now. And I think what came out of the courtroom was like, say lawyer Kusi by I think Wednesday before the judgment now. She was going to push the judgment to January. I don't know if anybody recalls. So those two things, wouldn't it have maybe changed the dates of the judgment? In answering to the ARGH question,
I think that January the end was Bimpomas Bimpomas injunction.
No, Mr.
Me pacho the person you bisa question kakra bi na yesi from kotape. Na fence you make it something clear. The person me bisa Ghana man say let's put Odobroni Makusi Asewa issues aside. He should sit down critically. No Franco Dream say how Bishop Penny single-handedly. He is not an immediate Bishop phone being phone be. Most of the time, the SCN say Bishop Penny or support immediate family. Ebi a lumba no wafa kan wo hana no wafa asibu wo ho di anymore. Nipa mienu miensa ye dina hawa single-handed do ye nyi mani mienu free otimi esie kojo awa ba ni nuamo ne no wafa pe mu ne ma mi nuamo tete ase. Was it fair? So now we don't even know where he was. But I don't know why people support at their own side where they are when you're there. But now we support we. So sometimes we should be very, 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 very sincere as Ghanaians. Assuming Kenya Bianca attending the Juma, we will not be here. And Uncle Dobroni, so many sure say a bit to no papa not no bit me up to naturally. But all force as a man anyone, it makes it questionable. That is why you near Breno. So what yes, and secondly, me question me and sape. Me person me bisa say one. Later it was realized say na afen so na Ghana money bisa say your friend is saying injunction can uhwe na me akosia mayi na mo appeal ne so na a defendant here to a transition home was part because our judge is a period no na brempa person who dey ku ni nua he didn't want the funeral to be rushed, so it was all part, but the real judgment ne buy so they had no option than to file another injunction appeal which was so closed. So what yes, and then to judge because something very like you vary your judgment without emotion being felt. It's it went against what do brain cry now the fatun chain kakra not us na dream who say ye be do 1 year you munim baby na kwana de hye kwana kwa ye see kramp krana ye nto ye nemu cement ye ni baby esi no na campus out of form pokra ne baby anase na iri bi kra na tena da na ne mpre bi kra na tena ade flower akoto so until they no kwada some kind of crowd there yate. Second, there some pesi bisan eya ade miensa. Me pacho na say social media say mini ade te say the okojina hoye principal witness say onina ojina ho onina oyo do broni nia o say no wofo say the sister kunu. It came out say onimno they are not related. And they are proofs, any voice recordings are saying ka yeshushem pan ke bon say no related. And tena maybe sample and for more say and also can it also be part of the appeal? Secondly, yenina yo who say appeal neighbor question, judgment neighbor question, people were there. Not during that or to say say white chocolate say why are there pa
and also no, can it be used against her? Because we know say, oh Jaja, you don't show favoritism. And what now before so be pronouncing now what you church there, it makes it very questionable. And thirdly, as some men say a person you be a person bisani say, and how come say nipa baako abusua or papa no de abusuam or more no mukatiri musem ne san ne men nyina so muslim wawu na yes own deserve say ni woman fire. We don't know who they are trying to covering up. We don't know the crime they are trying to covering up. But fine, yatiase. The person you bisa Ghana man ne omo mudi a training and say nipa no brempo man no odobro ni de ne ba to know. Nti I'm not sure say no omuntamu ne fine sir. So what I say, I'm sure say there was a relation, but on person some come and say the better so so obekwa akodi atro. And obeka say ni nua no anware ne da. Nti are we going to after busuafo no more oh akosia se wa de yaware ni yenyina yete ho. There was no evidence even odo brani no krato na yenyan na busuani bia anasa no mami bia waye bold aba ka se me be yaware no. So are we going to ignore all that? Ni akache say in the face of a legal marriage, yenji cohabitation to near rubbish na what is the fate of Yanswa Yawari legally? Because nobody na out, then it means that we are all at risk. A social issue, so I say, and it's being made public because your course to say no more set president the 200 my hygiene. A bedroom babu no kunubatina, ne do no baby aquatina and the bed dresser. Now those certificates are konia culture say endimu. So what are you going to do about it? Nipa na okoye na later you say he's not related to the girl. Can he be punished? And secondly, abusuya forming some against or no na only related. Can you also hammer on that? And thirdly, a person be so because there have been cases and call forever out. Gan obian will be say the girl was a young girl. The girl wasn't protected. He was groomed into defilement because that is why Dorinda was bent on not letting us know the age. Anytime lawyer could see calculating and who said there be time and he was a teenager. He was supposed to be in school. He was supposed to be protected. So why are we covering all these defilement cases? Me patron percent more boy or me that say.
Okay. May I answer one of the questions, Mr. Nad, may I answer one of the questions, Mano Abem? I said, you could dance in Yamanya dear. First of all, no. One of the grounds who call 0.9 or do Bunia were near demand a Jeff in him. It included Paco Bedia dance a Casamokai, say or do Bunia. There is no credible evidence to support Yawaro Dubruni. I say, Mamma, what was that question? What's a meeting when you're quana? But I saw me can watch it.
Mammy,
I saw me can watch it. Aha, or do Bunia were near the demand so on Genome Fan Coding. Yes, I Jeff in him. So what I say is part of the grounds of appeal. So I'm reading or say the court erred when it held that second respondent was validly married under Akan custom in April 2010 by the late Charles Kojo Fosu, when there was no credible evidence on record to support it. Into customary marriage near Jitum, the Okodi dance now or to Papa so during the son no dance any coherent or no credible no. They challenge you on also dance any marriage in our into Omudishim, Timisana expect them.
And the questions, the way I was seeking was also make you submission with some question. There is a buffer between the as our partner AIG
last one, me person me say. Why are not during that? Because some of us per calculation they are to girl and twin brother no. And no more cause can the age there was a defilement because because papa no funny at that age.
Based on that, so once with the appeal no, and yet new trial, right? And what has happened in the trial no, and 3-panel judge. Bishop, and we said, and can't be. I'm kind of saying, because I'm
intention.
It can't be a demo and no matter or much. And to go into depth about objection, no need age, that could be a separate case. This is what happened, right?
Okay.
And they want to take it on. But this will not be idea ebekoso appeal nimo. The point of my raising appeal nimo here. Now warrior na there is no evidence. Chile say ya warrior na judge ne can say nipa na ya say ti na num audio. E ka chile so no ko nim la di lumba o share ne ka no. Sa nipa na so na say dia dance say o share o 2006. Ye ma melete no. It says 2013 na daddy lumba a movie to Ghana permanently. No but but 2013 no movie to Ghana permanently no. San no more challenges evidence being a could have supported as a more no. Not even a picture of the by an AI. What you say? And no, Sunday Bisinti. Say, it's not the lawyer who sees resumes or what to go into it because no one in the basic. It would have bring a lot of issues in tea. I want to say, Ghana now, once a nana, oh, can the patrol injunction case from Mamma Kushia say, water. The patrol, I give verdict the by a judge and a catcher. About that injunction.
Where's he from?
Oh, where's he from?
Hamawaho.
No, not me Ghana.
Ghana.
Mr. Knight, we are better married from 7 neighbor. Why? No, have to why. Ekura, who are documenting on? Which married from 0.7 neighbor no?
But cause you're sending me now, me charging my iPad neighbor, mommy second.
And we are nowhere we do. I miss me driving to.
Question me pacho. I come here so soon to message me email. I'm not sending my mom pacho.
Ah, tell my mom you didn't come when you na me come too.
Oh,
you go do get 3 how much? Now me come too.
I'll come too.
Meet Mary B the 7B no. I say you kind. Let me repeat the main point before the sub points no. I say the 0.7 no. You say it was 7B. The learned judge erred by treating plaintiff or appellant's inability to authenticate a German marriage certificate as a choice within her control. Into points B, no. I said the court misdirected itself by imposing a duty or expectation on counsel for appellant to compel the Ghana embassy in Germany to expedite its own administrative bureaucratic procedures in authentication process outlined under section 161 of NRCD 2323. Means I repeat it because
no.
C no or see the court upon issuing such directive under section 161 of NRCD 323 ought to have waited for the said authenticated signature to the marriage certificate to be ready amidst the court's attention drawn to the hardship in the authentication process by counsel for the appellant. D. And I think okay, that the court would have invoked its inherent jurisdiction to clarify authenticity of signature on the marriage documents by calling its own expert witness to assist the court before racing to give judgment, whilst the very document, i.e. the certified certificate the court demanded, was not ready.
Pastor, I'm going to find out what kind of. I'm a bit lost. Sorry, you.
Richie,
amended one.
Okay,
maybe for the proceeding send it. Maybe it says Kulendu at law exhibit. Who will exhibit C now? I said exhibit D no. What do you mean?
I think the scene already says here.
D.
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 That could be D.
Exhibit D, maybe I show me about Exhibit D. Exhibit D, okay.
Well, that was broken down while being the amended one. Or down.
Page 18.
Yeah, man, who proposed amended notice of appeal?
Yeah, yes. It's really called all the way down.
All the way down. Particulars of errors, 6. Particulars of errors, 7. Particulars of error, 8. But I think I'll agree, you know.
7D.
Oh, 7D. The court would have invoked its inherent jurisdiction to clarify the authentic. Okay, and not. The court would have invoked its inherent jurisdiction.
Yeah, your friend is Mr. Nice. Who says so? We did not. Do you hear me? So or can we on can better so betrayal because and then young one I ate even some more can say banning betty like amount for betty information wahano. In Tinko Betty Yachuma.
Oh, my things are let me read it. Let me try. Fred, me say reading natratrium.
Hey, Crown, I the best interpreter. You so person we were man show.
Oh, Debbie. Also, the court would have invoked its inherent jurisdiction to clarify the authenticity of the signature on the marriage document by calling its own expert witness to assist the court by before racing to give judgment, whilst the very document, that is the certified certificate, the court demanded was not ready. Or say court no, it was within court no jurisdiction say na authenticity no mo ntiasia na nke wo se o man kasa ekopa o man kasa expect ma o mo be cheche mu be pay o mo jurisdiction no be cheche mu ansa na court no etu America say o mo ma judgment abra no mo nim say your funny saying the demand now mo make here no it was not ready. That's what it says.
Okay, so let me add to what you just said.
Yeah. It's very weird. So.
The only part you understand. The judge no ni munana opera. Anka there was another option. Anka obetumi edia verified by onono court no tumi ewoni mu se otumi frɛ expert witness. Now be assisted about the signature because the signature on the certificate became something that Ono Dorinda had issue. Say signature back on the also. German signature no enye mienu to say Ghana dia mumi no mosani mumi no mosano and no ko aban no my issue one that has one signature on it. Until when she was having difficulty with the signature issue, she should have called for an expert to come and explain that, which is within her power to do that as a court. Sometimes people will come and say it's not for the court to prove. No, it is for the court when the court is having difficulty understanding a document that is placed before you. And that is what she did not do. That is what the D is saying. Thank you.
And I think say in the judgment, I don't know who Pushima say lawyer she should have done that job. Or saying no expect witness. But on those who just also subpoena will be from the German embassy.
And you objected to that, so we're here, and that in your previous case, and when you invited them, they didn't come. This woman was just bent on refuting the very evidence.
I don't know who we are. Uko 103 of the judgment. Now, on one side, I say it will be a heckling task. So we will be the experts because of sovereignty issues. What is it?
No. Mr. Knight, no, so no more side, a man with Sham Ray, so catch more chair say, your friend is saying, proof of the American is saying, cry, you won't share deal.
Proof, burden of proof.
Burden of proof. You say, what's the burden of proof? A Dane, Equity, Odobro Nemo side.
Yes.
Not just say, or more than as I say, no more cassette, no, I didn't get no print, or one also the say no more proving, say, no credit. Instead, they say, well, I'll share more money in the Juma, which was stated in, a friend is saying, the Omokai and one Shama, she didn't direct them to do the Omejumano. And as I say, almost a question is, what's one sign here, Jumano?
Exactly. Burden of proof now shift you. Nanka, burden of proof, no, that's why I had to mammy because I said, well, my certificate, I said, burden of proof, no, I shift to call the body more, but yes, I'm not shifting.
So, one man shift, you also saw one sign here, Jumano.
And see, the more kinds of see, and I know person or say, you know, my son, one more double money, no power that powers no was so to me.
To me, they no. That's why
Mr. Nice, me or paragraph 103 is a meeting ya Kayama. And I into 103 no say also exhibit C emanating from a German embassy has to undergo authentication and certification, or the person who executed it should have been called to testify. I must state that it would be a Herculean task to bring any foreign consular officer to the jurisdiction of any court in Ghana due to sovereignty issues. But the fact still remains that the document was not certified or identified as prescribed by law. It must be noted that even though the German embassy is physically located in Ghana, it is not on Ghana's territory or jurisdiction due to sovereign and diplomatic immunity. With that in mind, any document from the embassy should be taken to be from a foreign state or subdivision of a foreign state as provided under Section 161 of the Evidence Act.
You see,
by this reading, she was bent on rejecting the certificate. Nothing could have changed the judge's mind. No, you get me Sanadia at this point.
And they're rejecting the letter that your friend is a German embassy to buy,
I wanted to say something here very quickly, Richie. What you just read. You see, this woman was just diabolical because German embassy in Ghana issued a document that lawyer Kusi presented to the court that was stating, said that there was a marriage between Akosua Sewa and Charles Kojufosu till the day he died. And she did not want to accept that document that came from the Ghana embassy in Germany. And that's why she wrote this. To say, though they are in Ghana, they are sovereign, so it has to be treated as a foreign document. Can you believe that? That in itself is fraudulent on her part.
Oh yeah.
Because the Ghana embassy, the German embassy in Ghana represents Germany and things that concerns German citizenship and German documentation. And you are saying, no, we cannot accept that because though they are in Ghana, they are still a sovereign. So we have to treat it as a foreign document coming from a foreign land. What this one was trying to throw dust in everybody's eyes. And now the lawyers have caught her. Colombian law has caught her. And that's why she will lose this case in the appeal. Thank you.
It's because that letter itself, it's authenticating enough. Or accept that letter now, and no authenticating, no authenticating opening now, and no can be a Jumano. That's not try so be rejected.
Exactly.
But also,
outside cry.
There's Section 1613. It says a foreign document, it's presumably authentic.
Yes.
When all parties have been given the reasonable opportunity to investigate it. Now, maybe or present the burden should have shifted to, also shifted burden, the the burden of proof to Odobroni side, the defendant side, to also go to maybe the German embassy to say, oh, we have this letter in our possession. Was it issued from this office or not? Because it's a court entity, they could have made that verification, but the judge did not let them do that, or they did not do that on their own. Even say marriage certificate now into the confirmation from the German embassy, which you agree say it's based on sovereignty issues and other thing. No, they are saying say, oh, as of the time no worry. The thing is, a marriage certificate was an issue. Even the letter from the embassy too was an issue of subject to authentication. It doesn't make sense.
How do you authenticate a letter that has just come from an embassy? You see, this whole thing was shambles.
It means, and they will tell you, say, it was supposed to go through the Foreign Affairs Ministry.
It was just... That woman just wanted to throw dust in people's eyes. Let me give you an example. If somebody came to Ghana and was driving in Ghana and the person was stopped, the person produces a German driver's license, for instance. If the police has any doubt as to the authentication of the driver's license, they won't send it to Germany. They will go to the German embassy and go and ask if this is a German driver's license. It's as simple as ABCD. If the embassy says, yes, it's a genuine German driver's license, matter close. The driver's license doesn't have to go to Ghana embassy in Berlin for them to go and find out. This whole thing is just pure. That's why they will lose their appeal.
Fred.
No, Fred. See, German embassy is just a phone call away from Ghana.
Exactly.
What you heard from this angle? Nice. Almost a whole embassy there, the German embassy there, Ghana no, or representing anything German. Now, letter, you don't want that letter, but you want almost Ghana embassy Germany. I mean, do you get it? You don't want that one, but Ghana embassy Germany for that authentication. I mean, is that not a sovereign state? Another sovereign state? And then let's ask ourselves: Ghana embassy, free Germany, and German embassy, free Germany. Why not? Need the authentic, and I want the banana the and so does it make sense?
It doesn't make sense. Okay, Mibao. Asama Okano. Dear Mr. Nice Searcher say, dear query D points Dino. So all calling a personal on the court's near friendly own expert witness. The court needed to appoint maybe during the bit me appointee an officer of the court, right? To just go to the German embassy. These are the documents that I have before me. These are the evidence before me. Speak to it. This document, we see it to be fraudulent. The information because it can be like a sworn statement admitted in court. So it can be a sworn statement submitted to the court. A lawyer could see the way in verification. It's not authentic. So speak to it. But ni na no anye. Enti I know because enye court na was say ye wajuma ma. But if the court really wanted to let the truth come out, serve justice, and or no bit in your friend expert witness.
Say German embassy or Ghana ain't me and your authentication of German document. And almost over some more Ghana. Like Dorinda, no person says German embassy. Almost on fast, so much authenticate your more document if you book almost on fast on say. Because you welcome to me, say, we go to our embassies. And our say, be our bus authentication, open your passport, class, your embassy in Abaco. Fa play Magana, now I buy your passport. Meanwhile, say your passport of Britain more valid. It is obi issue letter mobi or German embassy issue letter. Amobi or Gagana. At Saturday Germany for issue letter now. Darenda now from the word go. Now then I want to obey. Like from first day near the choir now, I say a photocopy. And one hour start to play a mind games.
Exactly. Photocopy. So now a true certified copy is accepted globally.
No, why not just had one?
What judgment? No, what judging or them no deba.
Number two.
I'm over. If I say any corrections, we are Hanum. I'm not sure, but I'm called to photocopy B. Our judgment's name. I stand to be corrected. But I'm called to photocopy B. It's a
photocopy now. Main one book Nangasa. F flight by. And the book
So it wasn't a photocopy.
It wasn't a photocopy.
It was a certified copy.
It's a true certified copy.
Number two. So we say certificate, authentication and humanity or issues or one. So court or data quarter, your two contempt and I'm a boy. I did not during the and I was set a certificate and papa. And you watch him out with contempt. And you don't go new cover certificate on what's your papa will mass because so what the document court. That's a call you say, what document ya with the abbey. And turn our big actual court, I bet you grab or
contempt bet you.
Good. And you want me on your way in an HSA. Mamma, I don't know on a personal agenda. Number one, our answer now, the brew. There was no way in the suit that say, but no judgment for Okuna Dio. When you put it, Saturday, no crowd, Trusha, and you class says, and Kalumba, Tiasia. Now, go back as a money, you can just say, Mamma, no, Saturday, no. Diana judges, no. I didn't know him, no. Stick to it. Yes, say. My minister is legal wife and also legal wife. Why make a Kunadi wasm? And I didn't know why and the judgment of a Kunadi wasm. May I appeal, he said, Marcus, you will be very surprised because what kind of judgment now loopholes in the doors? A doors will be minim the owner of person ready.
He can't, as someone who tried to say there are loopholes in the judgment. Could they not also go to confirm what Maurice Ampao can say? The judges intentionally decide on cases and leave loopholes. Go on appeal. This. Because the reason why the whole judgment was for Odogo need to obey Yukuna. That's all.
Yeah. So she left the holes there. Sebe you met me a different later. Yeah, it was intentional. Me, from the one I knew after it was intentional.
I know saying intentional, but now credibility is at stake. They say, well, judgment here, what you need, and what about you? And this a papi at 10 years, the populace will lose interest in, like, lose confidence or one castle. What now will be asked, so no was also say, Mamma, read it. But the Lumbas inquiry, and besides, one walk on the Yamukrano, and said, I enjoy after case we. And sometimes you need to put Sanama Vignas. I said, the Lumba, where you were bushing, and I have a pre-piece. I then I have a 20
that is where she failed to reason. People said that you can't really not can. It's like penny cards. I mean, we are NASA. I mean, they never thought, I said, they never imagined, said there will be too much chaos. After the funeral, they thought after the burial, everything will go to normal.
Exactly. So Ghana for the this were their intentions. So
we are okay. Omo printing now opera for Yokuna. We are Sasa. Oh, she never thought said Baba do this far.
Me say if it damn I'm with this I really me buy. Me is a case crowd what you know must cry be 5. Now, one of them could in answer. What do you call because David Abedi? Because you must have gone in
okay. Judge or better now ask them, so the decision lies with who up a you know who know. A part of Munchemo. You have
waiting on an accused now.
All right, then that's fine.
Most your one is really on it, so it's kind of hard.
Good afternoon.
No, it's not. If you petition the Chief Justice and decide that you don't want this particular judge due to prejudice, it can be done. So it's a matter of you petition. So once you object to that, they would change. You have to give it grounds. And when you
I never eventually say, oh, Judge, what's that about struggling to class or your credit? I deal with voice where you go to what's a man to chocolate or a credible witness that about none better as a PF and Becca as a judge and a man to chocolate D.
Can you continue from there?
Yeah, you to us.
Okay.
The family part where the make a big to have no city where I may wait just 1 minute pay. In fact, my education I'm on my wahano to say I'm so happy. I near my cousin in a crowd, and let us say, Yenya, that didn't yet in your course, so now, Mobi and Nipa. Now, yes, sister, Becassa, Simbicia. Now, case now, no, we and one. We a case in our. Into one and I'm a semi barbeca, be and whammy canty. Where the monk was summer, where the moon die you, there be a more for my your best share so much for Baby TB. My share now, I'm so happy about discussion. I mean, Shamopa, my idea, some will be near my way in us. What I say, would see a near my woman, a yard because Abuche, Sanya my way is easy. Oko letter, a free Ghana, make us abroad, marriage, sometimes your marriage certificate free, if you ban issues near the Oko lawyer secor, when Bazi letter, confirmation letter, Oko now Kojana with the car. Almost once I confirm your mouth, it's okay for them. It's why I say in Ghana, yet me, yes, I say, and I shy a woman who betray you what change future. Because you can't think far, but thank you for this education. Why, Yamisha Mupa, but your sister, Nipper BBC, your Becca, that was what can BBC? I'm personally repeating that word, you know. Ose na ye pe baby di obi a shenti na wo say mama de na ye de to na ye fa baby in a way.
Oh. Yeah. And then ye kai lawyer ampa ne kai. Lawyer Morris ampa ne be kai.
Ah, no lawyer ne kai say o mo court what happen. But na mo discuss bi say na o mo person ade na che say ye person lady ba kuno na be ye kuna fe be ya. That's why they have to have a way. Na ye ntimi mo no me for some reason.
Yeah. The kind of sap paper.
What ya? And I make us say, Adiana, yeah, connecting in and one of my come. There's no need to bother ye in our way. Thank you so much anyway. Okay. Munkos no much church ye be inviting for from Baby TV. A very good educative. Thank you so much for that. My church was here baby. I don't know say no much I made sure that where the move to me as na a mama
and you continue to write.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay, make E ni F number near moving on to 8 now. So that's the learned judge unduly hastening to give judgments by refusing to accommodate or even meaningfully inquire into the process, i.e. direction for certification. The court has set in motion under section 161 of NRCD 323. So basically, I said, or say, judge ne prepare no Emma judgment abra on one court no. When Mr. say, oh, more process now, more day pay certification no, because court na I can say oh they should do the certification, but court not prepare no. Or no when Mr.
And let me add this or say, and I know say Castle or church or say court no, the process now say they went through some process. It is that we went through some process, but the person said the process they went through, the judge and not no moment almost say do this like 1 year specific because the only go through no been Germany for you know mokoje no wa accept it. It is there no specific no was so sure say munye say mame. Oh, but wa
exactly we dey mean twa one so dia same dia aside marriage Ukraine. E bia o ye land litigation issues near there. Sometimes no court ni beti na hwehwem no aka said there be I need a search into brain so they on what they need
Yeah, was so what I say. Into the whole candidate is the truth. And with the US and I mean sometimes like
Mommy, you probably prefer one. You can't know.
But you say,
who they be? But it's who they be. They only know about Richie.
Oh, there be a sure say a network na. A network.
Yeah. But am I reaching to us? They do no habit.
Mate.
Okay. The courts, the court's error infected the entire proceedings, rendering the entire judgment as having sacrificed procedural fairness for hasty record time judgment and vitiating orders made therein. Orders as in like Odobrenini, you have almost a bush pay you you can. And the HN say the 7 in court error and affected the entire proceedings in the courts no issue authentication process one crazy no or sacrificing in said the way I'll be to me boo obit me ama atemu sorry obit me ama atemu in 10 times so now ama orders are imuye rem kakra because court into mean share ebushia the enchire ebushia the only kuna na say the only kuna it's a hono no yanko 8 ne so but I feel no I join here we are going through the amended, you can say, let me get the correct grounds of appeal no by Kulendi at law for no or new one no. And see, you go through a lot, and we are on point 8. Now, point 8 now, say the court erred when it held that counsel for the appellant had admitted in open court that the original marriage certificate, as represented, was an extract from a family book or diary, and therefore not a proof of civil marriage between the appellant and the late Daddy Lumba. And particulars of error, no, the subsection A, no, or say the court made a fatal and wrong deduction from the explanation of the appellant counsel on the original marriage certificate and the said family book, which represented to the court for comparison, thereby leading to a defect and error in judgment.
Okay, so let me explain that quickly. The 8. You see, the German family book is where everything sits in terms of its authentication to a marriage, which Ghana doesn't have that. So the trial judge totally erred by saying, Lawyer Kusi had said it's an extract that was taken from the family book. Okay, because it was not a family book that they had to bring. Okay, the family book contained other information that was not relevant to the case. So by just saying, Lawyer Kusi had openly said in court that this is an extract from the family book. So based on that, you say I didn't get authentic and it's not original. The trial judge erred. And this is why they cited the one that we just read in the 7 before we came down, that you could have seek an expert opinion. Since you, the trial judge, you are not an expert in German law and you don't know the German proceedings, all you needed to do was to seek an expert advice. And based on that, you can make your decision. But you gave a judgment based on the fact that, the lawyer said it's an extract. So then if it's an extract, then no, I cannot accept it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fred. I think the explanation now will make you the wrong deduction, because it's a book. And a book in the book, no, it contains their family history, which includes the marriage certificate. So if you take something out of it, it means you are extracting something out of the book, no. And see, that's what they are saying. Say the court made the wrong and fatal deduction from the explanation of lawyer Kusi. But you'll be an answer and court business.
Because when we said to say, "Dear, na wako baby as travel visa bra passport na your booklet, or biodata, or nema, but ucha my friend is a valid visa qua. I think that it should be accepted." And I know me say me few times I've been to court and so it's over a land litigation issue. What's not ye near me in our coy, but the judge made us aware say young quite such our land commission in bra. So that's because such neighbor man who title a title near more was so ownership ne sign money. Your quite such nearby.
Oh, sorry, where's he from?
The network now.
So
I'm a cassa, will be cassading Dorinda uncle verify with embassy no. So Mukaya, one throw on a judgment in the but Mukaya, last day of court no. Or catch almost or your ruling or catch almost of rare embassy hall. Now no crowd or titty and a cramp no. You're lucky now or treat lawyer could see any name Samukaya.
Yes.
And so the crowd in trouble.
Also, no quite say the woman of the buy, Becquaco have.
Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah. It's no crown. I don't know one fair no swam to a train. Oh, and throwing in I don't know.
Don't to me find judgment in her because
about affect your mom.
No, you know what? I see a social media had more influence on her. And now must have no more the call. Almost no. It was about this in the Latin. It's almost started with.
Obviously, it's what you heard. Were you there? No, reporters were there, and all the reporters came outside to report it. And I think said lawyer Christina Kroba, a Krongs and Nimachia, as an or Kabibi. Or high lawyer Christina Crampo okay, or back courthouse on one Casa. Miss Mamia Fro, Mamia Kusia de Pa. Yes, it was confirmed. Yes. I didn't want you. I didn't want you. Maybe they are fake by I didn't want you. Okay.
Yes, I remember that.
So, Mamia Kusia de Pa. Yes, the family book maybe ceased to be in existence in 2009. We are talking about something from 2004. And Mamino had been married before. So it contains only history. Into once Obi Bekan then you keep adding. So it's not like we are not talking from 2009 or 2010. We are talking from years back. Okay. Pachomeko 8B Neso. By pursuing the Council for Appellant explanation that in Germany, the original marriage certificate, which was presented to the court, is extracted or generated from the family book, which is the source which is the source document. The court, by its self-misguided understanding without seeking clarity, collapsed the case of the appellant, thereby occasioning an injustice. But your friend, which me boy.
I mean, basically, again, the lawyers, Colendia Law, have laid it perfectly. Because the moment you state, say, Adi when you're correct, you've collapsed the case already. So, Dorinda did this on purpose in order to collapse the case. And until I shall appeal. Intermediate, I see this appeal as an open and shut case. Simple. She did it intentionally in order to collapse the case.
My patrol, my question is say, in case appeal no, Omusaya or money maybe no Musa ebeye anything funny. No Musa podi during the judgment. Now what is the next step? After Supreme Court, and I don't say because Supreme Court, but after Supreme Court, no, What is the next step? Can you take it internationally? And I say Sansa.
No, you can take it international.
If you ever go to Germany,
it can go international. It can go to Den Haag.
Like one thing, I think say, okay,
Ricky, let me say this quickly. With the grounds we are reading today, I read it last night. I don't think any court of appeal will side with Dorinda, because now it's highly technical. Now we're talking law here. We are not even talking evidence. We're talking law. That's why everything they've cited, they back it with law. So Dorinda she's lost this case already. There's no way the 3 judges will side with her. And yesterday I read somebody wrote an article yesterday that I read that is stating that once the Court of Appeal uphold Mami Sewa's appeal and give her the judgment, Ghana's law would be changed. They would have cemented.
But boss, then some maybe say, if you look at it critically, the main reason I mean who say you say Mami as but say if the woman wins the appeal, sir, I feel no. It will bring us to the next question. So what killed the man? Where was he buried? So they see and now they are trying to cover up no. I think say whoever is behind and answer whatever forces are behind no, they just want to try as much as possible to bury that part. And if say mama me be legal Wi-Fi or right so or request to say a day in the cool aside the abusion for no air request na me nobody know where. That is one thing now. So now I may about drew hey mama me watch because me feel say and kbia papa no bia anka or yeah it wasn't bibi na ye dey tete na kai me na.
You know what
me check it with a lot of legal wife no, and then legal husbands they are not interested anymore because number one, the cost involved, the body is like, I mean, I know we can still look in terms of like the skeletons and stuff like that, if there's a crack on the skull or anything, but most are not interested, to be honest, in terms of the cost involved, in terms of
if they're able to read the room and see that exactly, sis, maybe say if they're able to read the room, say the family won't demand nobody, the family won't demand his burial site, and not illegal. They'll be willing to help the woman, but if they detect a slightest idea, say no, people are still pushing for what happened. People are still pushing to know where he was buried. Maybe or Muntimin Tray and as a BBS, and the stakeholders involved. No, to me, go many mass organ and I said the above the law. I think so still now. Even with all our evidence, me against us.
Who court to say on share baby your body no one. Into a bed share baby your body no one, into a share baby body no one, make for body no one.
I don't know why.
In terms of say obscenity.
Mommy, what's the bad? I bet divert your attention.
What's the way they show? We are just interested.
Because
to legal phobia and one agree or agree say.
Okay, I don't want tonight here. The almost say. All they care about is justice for Mami.
Right now,
at this point.
No, you don't really get where I'm coming from. Where I'm coming from is justice. Okay, justice for me said, but it's not diverse.
It's about the body. Let's forget about it. Anything about body, no, man, forget about it.
I don't know why we are even going there. My dear lady.
Forget about that here. And Mami Sewa has or she's not part of anything that's going on.
Anything that's more direct attention.
Discussions right now on this platform has to do with the appeal. It's one thing at a time. So let's not digress and start talking about body. We are not here talking about body. You know, it has to do with the appeal. Who is the legal wife? This is what is before the Court of Appeal. So let's deal with that. And please, let's not get into so many if what. Nobody can continue to lie forever. You can lie for a period of time, but truth will come out. So let's stick with what is on the table right now, and that is the appeal. I don't know if anybody has even heard the outcome of the court appearance. Let's talk about current, what is going on, and leave where body was buried and where body was not buried. That is not the matter. Mami Sewa has not said anything about anybody. So please, let's take.
Sure. Akwala ya alfo na